Hey guys, let's do a mic check. Can anybody hear me? Uh-oh, I probably should have done. Oh, good, you can hear me. I forgot to do the mic check a little while ago, and I should have done it before, so sorry about that. I'm over here trying to see if I can get the top-down camera to do its top-down camera thing. Let's see, how is everybody doing? Austin! I'm doing well, thank you. Darth Sidious, one of my favorite Goosebumps books. This is a good one. I haven't read. I don't know if I ever read the book all the way through. Um, I remember the episode. I covered the episode. The episode still scares me to this day. The episode was one of those things. Hello, Karasu the Dreamer. Hi, Patrick. The episode was one of those things where I thought when I covered it, hey, this will be way less scary than when I was a kid. And in some ways, that's always going to be correct, but also it's still scary. Patrick, thank you so much. I am actually going to the post office tomorrow. I meant to go quite a I haven't been for like 2.5 weeks because things have been kind of crazy here. But I'm going. So I just need to go and get them. I'm sure they're there. Okay, let's see. Reset transform. But why is it so small? I wondered. Dragon Bean, why is it so small? I need it to be a better resolution, Dragon Bean. All right, you know what? Good enough. If there's one thing I've learned, it's to not be super picky. Does feel kind of zoomed in. Do you guys like my mom gave me this? It is a bookmark with the Wicked Witch's little ruby slippered feet on the bottom. I know we have some Wizard of Oz fans in here, and it also says, hello, if you like cats. So everything about this is very me, so thank you, Mom. Hi, Noah. Dragon Bean says hi. Oh, I'm hoping to record the Love Never Dies video either tonight or tomorrow morning. The candy I said is still good. I'm sure it will be. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I haven't been able to check in a couple of weeks. Like the house flattened her into a bookmark. Yes, exactly. Yes. Also, let me demonstrate. Oh my god, can you believe we've read 13 of these books? Who was here for all of them? Welcome to Dead House. Stay out of the basement. Monster Blood. Ew. Say cheese and die. Curse the Mummy's Tomb. I should be talking into the camera, or talking in the microphone. Let's Get Invisible, Night of the Living Dummy, Girl Who Cried Monster, Welcome to Camp Nightmare, Ghost Next Door, Haunted Mask, Be Careful What You Wish For, and Piano Lessons Can Be Murder. We've read 13, so who was there for all of those? Hi, Ellery. Buy you a copy of Rosebud one of these days. Speaking of questioning spin-offs of Phantom of the Opera. Oh, yeah, I've never actually read. So this is my copy of The Werewolf of Fever Swamp. I know that we constantly have... people constantly have opinions on whether the revamped covers are better in each bookcase than the original ones. I personally like both the old and the new cover, and I think it's because they didn't really change anything fundamental about this cover. They just kind of gave it like a crisp update, and I like this one. I like how the wolf has he's slightly more humanoid. He's got much more room. But yeah, my copy happens to be the do-over copy, if you will. Night in Terror Tower. We have not read that one yet. Where is Night in Terror Tower? It should be somewhere here-ish. We also have Phantom of the Auditorium coming soon. Night in Terror Tower is book 27. This is book 14, so I guess we've got a little bit of time. Hi, Toonie. Got 2 books ordered today. How Do You Live, which is a new Ghibli movie starting point. Miyazaki memoir book. Read about... Nice! Excuse me, I'm so sorry. As the Goosebumps is sponsored today by Bounty, the quicker picker-upper. Oh my god. There are no sinkholes in this one. Hi, Pizza. I am so excited for Cards and Candy. Thank you so much, Patrick. You're so sweet. If you have to watch Love Never Dies, better make sure you have plenty of booze. LOL. I'm thinking about going and getting one of my fruity white girl. This is not alcoholic, but I have alcoholic white girl drinks in a can that I might go downstairs and get if I'm gonna actually film tonight. My camera is slightly out of focus. Is it just? All right. If I sit where I'm supposed to sit, it's in focus, but I never ever do that. Karasu the Dreamer. I never really read Goosebumps as a kid because I got scared of pretty much everything. And I thought some of the books were demonic. I remember wanting to read Why I'm Afraid of Bees, though. Well, we have those, so that'll happen soon. So if nothing else, the VOD will be available for you when we get there. Excuse me, guys. The allergies are still kicking my ass. I wasn't scared of. I mean, we were all scared of Goosebumps, but personally, the reason why I didn't read too much of them really just comes down to there was kind of a huge stereotype about like Goosebumps being for girls. Like, go read something else. And so I always felt kind of embarrassed about reading Goosebumps. So yeah, there was that. So I'm getting to kind of relive them with you guys in a healthier way, I guess. Childhood healing, inner child healing. There you go. The house flattened her into a book. Yep. Sent you some peanut butter cups. Oh, thank you so much. I need to remember to send you a copy of Rosebud. I've never read it, but I've heard tale of it. Great story. No annoying children from what I remember, but there are annoying ignorant scientist parents. Well, what would these books be without terrible parents? Is my camera just gone? What the hell happened to my camera? Hang on, guys. My camera is just gone. Huh. That's oh no, it's there. It's sure there. Hang on, guys. Figure out what's happening. Oh, I know what's happening. Hey, look at that. It was an easy fix. Sorry about that, guys. Just realized you couldn't see me. Toxic YA paranormal romance reincarnation of the Phantom. Yeah, what would this book be without shitty parents? Like, these books, specifically Goosebumps books, will be about shitty parents always. If you do live, wait, hang on. I'm being one thing I don't like about the little reaction button is that it cuts off whoever the newest comment is. I'll tell you how You Live is a good book. Cool. Remember being afraid of the Rankin Bass Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer special as a kid, if that says anything. Oh, yeah. All stop motion. It's been kind of a journey to learn how to not be afraid of stop motion. On this channel, really. Honestly, like, anybody who knows. It's come a long way, but I still get very uneasy at the thought of that. Also, thank you guys for being patient. I know. I'm sure the crowd who voted for this over As the World Turns were pretty disappointed last night. It was literally a tie. I literally had to flip a coin. And As the World Turns won the coin flip, so I just set this one up to be the next day because I felt bad and I wanted to do both. So, and for those of you who voted for Nancy Drew, that'll be Sunday. Nancy Drew June is coming up, so it's perfect time to start playing through all of them. Non-shitty parents would just be like, Mom, Dad, something spooky is happening. Parents believe child and solve the issue. The end. Very boring. LOL. Yeah. They would be on the level of Animorphs. There is a dog in the book. Well, maybe more than one. I do remember the dog. My night was ruined. Unsubscribed immediately. I'm sorry, Darth Sidious. Someone had to win out. I didn't think it was going to be that close. I thought one or the other would be a clear outstander, but apparently not. So, don't touch the Goodwill stuffed. Actually, I've gotten stuffed animals at Goodwill. Just steam them. It was it was literally so close I had to flip a coin. When I had to call it, it was literally 36-36, and I couldn't make the call. Yes, werewolves. Today's Goosebumps reading brought to you by Nutrageous, the snack that goes right. If you guys weren't here last night, oh boy, I'm so sorry. But last night was really something. But let me demonstrate you why my mother specifically loves this, and I think this is pretty great. So it goes in like this, and then that's how the book looks. She got flattened. I want to draw a werewolf. Do it. Just washed my Goodwill stuffy. It's a cute stuffed bear with a honey pot. Cute. I'm really curious if this Goosebumps book will have any body horror in it. It probably will. Chicken Children terrified me. Oh, is that I think I know what that one's called. Also, why am I wearing these? They're not plugged into anything right now, and I don't need them right now. Can you guys still hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Yes, you can. Okay, just checking. I was gonna say something else. I don't remember. Stepford Wives. Not really. I just know about it. This story is baby's first werewolf book. Stephen King's Cycle of the Werewolf is like kids' first werewolf book. Well, I believe it's R.L. Stine himself that calls his books training bras for Stephen King novels, and I think that's pretty funny. Last toy I got from Goodwill is a pillow pet of Perry the Platypus. That's amazing. No body horror, but there are some unalived animals and some threats of putting a dog down, so better. Yeah, bigger trigger warning. Yeah, let me put that warning out there. Thank you for reminding me. I mean, maybe the episode had a little bit of body horror, but I again haven't read the book really. I love Separate Wives. The one with Matthew Broderick is so good. I should watch it. Werewolf time, baby! Awoo! We get to howl at the moon like Margot and Sammy. Definitely check out Cycle of the Werewolf. It's a great read and pretty short. Copy that. Beth. So who wants a mini D&D update? I'm always down for a D&D update. I'll just leave it at animal death. Keep it kind of simple. I think that covers the bases enough. Once I found a copy of My Hairiest Adventure, and it still had a Kmart sticker on it. And get this, Kmart used to sell Goosebumps books for $2 or $3. Oh yeah, yeah, super annoying now that we're all in the collector's market for Goosebumps books. Although I can't really complain. I found a good amount of them. I don't have all of them, but I found a good amount of Goosebumps. By spending way too much of my time skulking around on eBay for them. Cycle of Werewolf, when I was in 6th grade, I was a wee bit too young for that. Heads up, there is gore in the descriptions and illustrations for that book. Copy, thank you. I miss Kmart. I kind of do too. Bowling for Soup's Little Red Riding Hood plays in my head. Oh my god. Now they're like $8 to $10, but worth it. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, that's not too bad considering how much of a collector's market there is for them, in my opinion. And because, like, back when Kmart was selling them for $2 or $3, inflation hadn't gone up quite as much, but, you know, whatever. Let me put on, I remembered, guys. Hello, everybody just coming in. We are just about to start the book. You have missed nothing. Welcome. We are reading The Werewolf of Fever Swamp. Shout out to anybody who saw my video that I did like 2 years ago on the episode of the show. I need to cover more episodes of the show really, really soon. And if not, plug for myself, always be plugging. I have a whole playlist of not only the other Goosebumps books that I've read so far on live stream, but also the videos that I've done about the various episodes. So if you're a Goosebumps fan and you're just finding the channel, hi, we have lots of Goosebumps content. Please consider subscribing and liking this stream so that more people can find the channel and this content. Thank you for supporting. Anyway, whoop, up, ah! Sorry, if you are on the Discord page, you are about to get Discord channel. You're about to get pinged. I apologize. YouTube is very bad at sending out notifications, so we kind of have a makeshift notification system going on. Live now. Shout out to the 64 people in the Discord server. Not the live, the Discord server. There we go. If anyone gets uncomfortable throughout the book, feel free to check out Avery's latest upload of Phantom Investigators, and on the Box Cutter podcast channel, yes, we each put up a new episode for our series on Phantom Investigators. Only 3. We've done 10 of the 13 episodes, and I only have 1 more to put up on my channel. You can find the other 2 on Daniel's when the time comes. Princess and the Frog and Little Mermaid. I still think about how in 2 Disney animated movies they said magic ain't shit concerning contracts and the powers of money. Oh, yeah. I always thought Dr. Facilier, welcome back, Karasu. I always thought Dr. Facilier was such an interesting bad guy. Not just because his ability to just literally control demons is terrifying, and his death scene is terrifying, but his rationale, you kind of almost, or at least I kind of almost empathize with when he's like, I'm tired of these, like, rich fuckers pushing me around. You're like, yeah. And he's like, so then I'm gonna go kill a bunch of people. And you're like, no, don't do that. Buddy, pal, I get it, but still. Have you ever seen Killer Clowns from Outer Space? Yes, Austin, I did a video on it. It was a video that I did, I think around the time my first Halloween here on YouTube, and it was really, really fun, and I really, really enjoyed it. Final twist kind of confuses me, but we'll get to it later. Yeah, I'll hold my comments until later. He's kind of like the Unabomber. Oh my god, Dr. Facilier is the Unabomber of Disney movies. What a thing to think about. It's turning 35 this Saturday, I think. Ooh, maybe on Saturday I'll have to, like, reshare it and just be like, hey, shameless promotion for the time that I talked about it not quite 3 years ago. I can't believe we're so close to 250 videos. We're very close to 200 live streams. What live stream number are we on? Let me just check really quick before we get reading, because now I'm curious. That's Bold and the Beautiful I've pulled up. Actually, I don't need that particular Bold and the Beautiful pulled up right now. Let's go to my live stream. What's happening? No. I don't need Bold and the Beautiful playing right now. It doesn't want me to stream it. I'll get in trouble. Or it'll just get hissy with me. Whoop. Okay. I just wanted to see. We're very close to 200 live streams. I know we're at 243 videos. Something I'm very, very proud of. Let's see. Live streams. Nope. Nope, that's an old video of mine. I don't want to watch me. I really don't. Live streams. Here we go. I just want to see how many are in the playlist. Oh my god, this is live stream 199. Tomorrow's Animorph stream will be 200. I'm so excited. Okay. That was worth checking to find that out. Anyway. My mom's birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday, Darth's mom. 199. Imagine a Goosebumps book. Kid summons a demon. What is it to do its bidding? Kid loses control and the demon tries to try. And right now, R.L. Stein is in the comments right now being like, damn, I should do that. No, I'm just kidding. Since we're, 200, we'll be 200. Yes, you'll be there for 200. Since we're on the Disney ticket, could we please talk about how Snow White is so underrated? Now, Snow White is just like from a... Hello, everybody coming in. We are about to start the book. But yes, one last note before we get into Goosebumps World. Snow White was an amazing feat of animation technology back in the day. It really was. Some of that technology was stolen from Max Fleischer, but still, the technology itself was very, very cool. Every one of your videos, I feel overwhelmed trying to rewatch every live stream. You don't have to watch every live stream, but thank you for watching all of the videos. I can't believe it. I wouldn't have the patience. All right, this book came out in 1993. And here we go. This is Goosebumps, the Werewolf of Fever Swamp. I do miss the raised bumpiness on the old covers when we get to one that I have in my collection that's a new cover. Chapter 1. We moved to Florida during Christmas vacation. A week later, I heard the frightening howls in the swamp for the first time. Night after night, the howls made me sit up in bed. I would hold my breath and wrap my arms around myself to keep from shivering. I would stare out my bedroom window at the chalk-colored full moon, and I would listen. What kind of creature makes such a cry? I would ask myself. And how close is it? Why does it sound as if it's right outside my window? The walls rose and fell like police car sirens. I'm sorry, the wails rose and fell like police car sirens. They weren't sad or mournful, they were menacing, angry. They sounded to me like a warning. Stay out of the swamp. You do not belong here. When my family first moved to Florida, to our new house at the edge of the swamp, I couldn't wait to explore. I stood in the backyard with the binoculars my dad had given me for my 12th birthday and gazed toward the swamp. Trees with slender white trunks. Take a shot every time I say swamp. Trees with slender white trunks tilted over each other. Their flat, broad leaves appeared to form a roof, covering the swamp floor in blue shadow. Behind me, the deer paced uneasily in their wire mesh pen. I could hear them pawing the soft, sandy ground, rubbing their antlers against the walls of their pen. Lowering my binoculars, I turned to look at them. The deer were the reason we had moved to Florida. You see, my dad, Michael F. Tucker, is a scientist. Tucker Carlson? No, I'm just kidding. He works for the University of Vermont in Burlington, which, believe me, is a long way from Florida swamps. Dad got those 6 deer from the country, from some country in South America. They're called swamp deer. They're not like regular deer. I mean, they don't look like Bambi. For one thing, their fur is very red, not brown, and their hooves are really big and kind of webbed. For walking on wet, swampy ground, I guess. Dad wants to see if these South African swamp deer can survive in Florida. He plans to put little radio transmitters on them and set them free in the swamp. Then he'll study how they get along. When he told us back in Burlington that we were moving to Florida because of the deer, we all totally freaked. We didn't want to move. My sister, Emily, cried for days. She's 16, and she didn't want to miss her senior year in high school. That does suck. I didn't want to leave my friends either. But Dad quickly got Mom on his side. Mom is a scientist too. She and Dad worked together on a lot of projects. So, of course, she agreed with him. And the two of them tried to persuade Emily and me that it was the chance of a lifetime, that it was going to be really exciting, an adventure we'd never forgotten. We'd never forget. So here we were, living in a little white house in a neighborhood of 4 or 5 other little white houses. We had 6 weird-looking red deers penned up behind the house. The hot Florida sun was beaming down, and an endless swamp stretched beyond our flat, grassy backyard. I turned away from the deer and raised the binoculars to my face. Oh, I cried out. There we go. We need Goosebumps bingo. Has anybody found a Goosebumps bingo card? Because we need that. Um, as two dark eyes seemed to be staring back at me. I pulled the binoculars away and squinted toward the swamp. In near distance, I saw a large white bird on two long, spindly legs. It's a crane, Emily said. I hadn't realized Emily had stepped up beside me. She was wearing a sleeveless white t-shirt and red denim shorts. My sister is tall and thin and very blonde. She looks a lot like a crane. The bird turned and began high-stepping toward the swamp. Let's follow it, I said. Emily made her pouting face, an expression we'd all seen a lot of since moving down here. No way, it's too hot. Oh, come on, I tugged her skinny arm. Let's do some exploring, check out the swamp. She shook her head, her white blonde ponytail swinging behind her. I really don't want to, Grady. She adjusted her sunglasses on her nose. I'm kind of waiting for the mail. Since we're so far from the nearest post office, we only get mail 2 times a week. Emily had been spending most of her time waiting for the mail. Waiting for a love letter from Martin? I asked with a grin. She hated when I teased her about Martin, her boyfriend back in Burlington, so I teased her as often as I could. Maybe, she said. She reached out with both hands and messed up my hair. She knows I hate to have my hair messed up. Please, I pleaded. Come on, Emily. Just a short walk, very short. Emily, take a short walk with Grady, Dad's voice broke in. We turned to see him inside the deer pen. He had his clipboard in one hand and was going from deer to deer taking notes. Go ahead, he urged my sister. You're not doing anything else. But Dad, Emily could whine with the best of them when she wanted. Go ahead, Em, Dad insisted. It will be interesting. More interesting. I can't do that one-handed. At least with that hand. There we go. It'll be interesting. More interesting than standing around in the heat arguing with him. Emily pushed the sunglasses up again. They kept slipping down her nose. Well, great, I cried. I was really excited. I'd never been in a real swamp before. Let's go. I grabbed my sister's hand and pulled. Emily reluctantly followed, a fretful expression on her face. I have a bad feeling about this, she muttered. Her shadow slanting behind me, my shadow slanting behind me, I hurried toward the low, tilting trees. Emily, what could go wrong? I asked. Never ever say that. You stupid, stupid child. There we go. Okay. Let's see. What have I missed in chat? A lot. Oh my goodness. Snow White is better than Sleeping Beauty. Most people don't even know. The princess is named Aurora. I know the princess has 3 names. Her name is Aurora, but she's known as Sleeping Beauty for her sleeping curse, and then her step, fairy godmothers call her Briar Rose. Not much happened. We accepted a job where I lost to. Oh, D&D update. Okay, for a second I was like, wait, what's happening? Like slipping on banana at a mall. I like this idea about having to humiliate yourself every 13 evil deeds to appease the demons. R.L. Stine had not written many werewolf books, which is unfortunate. They are terrifying monsters. They are pretty interesting. We also have Werewolf Skin, which I've never written, which, by the way, was super hard to track down. Oh my god, it was hard to track down. The 90s trope of the kid moving. Oh, yeah. Tropes are not cliches though necessarily. Tropes can be utilized in a good way. Tropes become cliches when they get used poorly or too often. Or sorry, too often. They can be used poorly. Cliche means that they're used too often. Bear trees. Oh my god. Werewolf versus Wolfman. Wait, we all know what the F stand. Wait, Florida. Werewolf. Deer. That was a terrible movie. I heard that Deer was a movie from, I think, Paulo in chat. It was definitely somebody in chat. Are swamp deer real? They sound cool. I was just wondering the same thing. Somebody in chat knows. Of goddamn course, Florida. Yep, always Florida. Who's keeping track of the amount of times they say swamp? Completely transferring animals to a new habitat? What could go wrong? Oh yeah, definitely nothing inhumane, for sure. Just uproot their entire lives to put these random animals in the swamp to see what happens. A different swamp. Just a different swamp than what they're used to. Swamp deer are a thing? Okay. They do sound cool. What happened with anybody see that video of the alligator just chilling in the beach waves? It was actually kind of adorable. He was just vibing. I will be your impromptu biologist this evening. Thank you. You and Cameron both have a lot of biology or zoology tidbits, so we'll probably defer to both of you. Non-important primates. Primates make their way back to the Americas. Interesting. Male. What are the people? Cavemen? In the 90s, there are things called phones, you know? Yeah, but they're also out in the middle of nowhere, so like maybe it's just and also long distance phone calls used to cost a lot of money, so I don't know. Still waiting for the werewolf to show up. Oh yeah, it's only been one chapter. The werewolf is coming. It seems the live action Little Mermaid is doing pretty well. Nice. Briar Rose, what a dumb name. I'd feel bad if it was named after a bush. I don't know. I always kind of thought it was pretty. I think it's a callback to the original story. Cinderella's original name, wait, Briar Rose, and then, oh god, I can never say, Ashenputtel. Yes. Werewolf skin is so weird. I'm excited. Last 4 books are extremely difficult to track down. I've tracked them down the last 4 of the original, but damn, it was hard because they were not reprinted, so there's less of them in existence. Werewolf Skins episode is pretty funny. I'm just hoping whoever turned the story is their human mind and memories. Some of us know. I don't remember the book version, but I did cover the episode, so no spoilers. I'm just gonna say no spoilers. Curse of the Were-Rabbit, great Wallace and Gromit movie. Weird Deer Last Christmas, so I watched it. It was bad, so I loved it. Christopher B, hello. Me waiting. Really hope the villain of the new animated Disney movie Wish is a good death scene. It's been long since we've had a good Disney villain who's an absolute bastard you love to hate. Last one is called Stay Lost. One can stay lost outside of preserving media. No reason to read it. Is that Monster Blood 4? I can only imagine. I also own it, and yes, one day we will read it. Ooh, Monster Blood fan art pictures. Hell, otherwise known as Florida. CP7. I love this one. Welcome, by the way. Oh my god, we have 20 concurrent viewers. Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. This is where I remind you to please like the live stream so that more people may see it. And subscribe if you're just finding the channel. I cover nostalgic, obscure, otherwise strange content. And tonight the content in question is Goosebumps, the Werewolf of Fever Swamp. I've covered the episode, but not the book yet, so I swear I'll get back to reading in a second. There was a lot going on in chat. Why does Cinderella keep letting herself be called Cinderella? Her name is Ella, and the cinder part was meant as a way to humiliate her. I don't know. I always found that interesting too. Maybe she's like reclaiming it, right? Like she's like, I'm not gonna let this keep me down. I'm gonna like associate good things with it. I don't know. Funny girl and funny lady, yay! How dare you besmirch the unholy name? This is I've never seen. I'm not sure what's happening. The werewolf appears pretty early on, if I remember correctly. Patrick says, I just walked to a library. The librarian looked like Avery's long lost twin. Oh, that's funny. I used to want to be a librarian so bad. I still think it would be a very nice job. I have each month planned which Goosebumps drawings to post. Yay, that's really cool. May, I'm going to post all 4 Monster Bloods. Nice. Addison Fortier? I don't know how to say your name correctly. I hope one of those ways was correct. You should read Something Scary. Birthday to You from the GYG series. It's amazing. I've never heard of that before. Wait. Sometimes Scary Birthday to You. Oh, Give Yourself. Yeah. Okay, I have heard of that. I should read that. I don't remember if I have that one yet. I might need to track it down. DeSantis does want to run for president. That's hilariously terrible. Yeah, it's true. I am a librarian of sorts. A Goodreads librarian. The werewolf creepy episode is. It's a creepy episode. I'd personally be okay. Also, Cinderella is an abusive situation. If she speaks out, that's why she permits Cinderella. Yeah, in the house for sure. I thought somebody was asking like, hey, why does she keep going by Cinderella like in the subsequent like spin-off movies? But yeah. Scary Birthday to You is my favorite Give Yourself Goosebumps book. Also, the name really translates to. Oh, I did not know that. Okay, I'll check back in with Santos, and I literally scoffed at her. My great uncle came to visit and was talking about how much he loved Ron DeSantis, and I was as he was talking about it, I was sitting in the other room rendering out a video for a client about how terrible Ron DeSantis is, and I was just kind of like, that's kind of low-key funny, but also horrifying that my great uncle can vote, and his vote is actually probably more important than mine because of gerrymandering, so yay. Alright, sorry, chapter 2. Chapter 2. It was hot and wet under the trees. The air felt sticky against my face. The broad palm leaves were so low I could almost reach up and touch them. They nearly blocked out the sun, but shafts of yellow light broke through, beaming down on the swamp floor like spotlights. Scratchy weeds and fern leaves brushed against my bare legs. I wished I'd worn jeans instead of shorts. I kept close to my sister as we made our way along a narrow, winding trail. The binoculars strapped around my neck began to feel heavy against my chest. I should have left them at home, I realized. It's so noisy here, Emily complained, stepping over a decaying log. She was right. The most surprising thing about the swamp was all the sounds. A bird trilled from somewhere above. Another bird replied with a shrill whistle. Insects chittered loudly all around us. I heard a steady tap, tap, tap like someone hammering on wood. A woodpecker palm leaves. A woodpecker? Question mark. Palm leaves crackled as they swayed. Slender palm tree trunks creaked. My sandals made thup thup slap sounds, sinking into the marshy ground as I walked. Hey, look, Emily said, pointing. She pulled off her dark glasses to see better. We had come to a small oval shaped pond. The water was dark green, half hidden in shade. Water floating on top were white water lilies, bending gracefully over flat green lily pads. Pretty, Emily said, brushing the bug off her shoulder. I'm going to come back here with my camera and take pictures of this pond. Look at the great light. I followed her gaze. The near end. I need to hold it so you guys can see it better. Sorry about that. The near end of the pond was darkened by long shadows, but light slanted down through the trees at the other end, forming what looked like a bright curtain that spilled into the still pond water. It is kind of cool, I admitted. I wasn't really into ponds. I was more interested in wildlife. I let Emily admire the pond and the water lilies a little longer. Then I headed around the pond and deeper into the swamp. My sandals slapped over the wet ground. Up ahead, a swarm of tiny gnats. Thousands of them danced silently in a shaft of sunlight. Yuck, Emily muttered. I hate gnats. It makes me itchy just to look at them. Ah, now I'm itchy. She scratched her arms. We turned away and both saw something scamper behind a fallen moss covered log. Hey, what was that? Emily cried, grabbing my elbow. An alligator, I shouted. A hungry alligator. Alligators are terrifying because those are just dinosaurs. She uttered a short, frightened cry. I laughed. What's your problem, Em? It was just some kind of lizard. She squeezed my arm, trying to make me flinch. You're a creep, Grady, she muttered. She scratched her arm some more. It's too itchy in the swamp, she complained. Let's head back. You gotta be careful of ticks in the swamp, just saying. Um, it's too itchy in the swamp, she complained. Let's head back. Just a little bit further, I pleaded. No, come on, I really want to get back. She tried to pull me, but I backed out of her grasp. Grady, I turned and started walking away from her, deeper into the swamp. I heard the tap, tap, tap again, directly overhead. The low palm leaves scraped against each other, shifting in a soft, wet breeze. The shrill chittering of the insects grew louder. I'm going home and leaving you here, Emily threatened. I ignored her and kept walking. I knew she was bluffing. My sandals cracked over dried brown palm leaves. Without turning around, I could hear Emily a few steps behind me. Another little lizard scampered across the path just in front of my sandals. It looked like a dark arrow shooting into the underbrush. The ground suddenly sloped upward. We found ourselves climbing a low hill into a bright sunlight, a clearing of some sort. Beads of sweat ran down my cheeks. The air was so wet, I felt as if I were swimming. Yep, welcome to. I mean, Florida isn't considered the South culturally, but welcome to the Southeast of America. It's so humid, it feels like you're in a hot pool. At the top of the hill, we stopped to look around. Hey, another pond, I cried, running over fat yellow swamp grass, hurrying up to the water's edge. But by this point, but this pond looked different. The dark green water wasn't flat and smooth. Leaning over it, I could see that it was murky and thick, like split pea soup. It made disgusting gurgling and plopping sounds as it churned. I leaned down closer to get a better look. It's quicksand, I heard Emily cry in horror, and then two hands shoved me hard from behind. Dun dun dun. Okay. Quicksand. Crocs are in the same family. The relation is distant as in the dinosaurs. I know, isn't that interesting? I was in Atlanta this week and it was surprisingly cool. We have had a pretty, not very hot week, I will say. It's been very strange. I'm glad that you didn't have the 102-degree weather that we usually have, Karasu. Sinkhole but sandier. Oh god, not this not that, not the sinkhole. Reading about how yeah, it's gross, isn't it, Noah? For shame. Not so fun fact, if gnats are in a cluster like that, they're likely trying to court and mate with each other. So if you're walking through a great cloud, a gnat cloud, you're technically walking through a gnat orgy. Ooh, that ruined my day. Thank you. Crocs do not equal dinos, but alligators do. Didn't I say alligators? I could have said crocs by accident. Aren't alligators also didn't we just say alligators? No, no, no. They have a distant relative. Well, yeah, they're descendants of dinosaurs. And in my brain, they're basically I know, but in my brain, they might as well be dinosaurs. Sorry, Cameron. I'm not a biologist. It's Plant Zaddy. Emily is a big baby. Not by Disney millimeters. Frozen is so successful it surpassed the business model of Disney princesses and its own product and is its own product line. Interesting. Don't drink it, Darth Sidious. No. Yeah, it is interesting. When I always thought about the top Disney princess, not even thinking about which ones were my favorites, Cinderella's castle is who the castle that's which castle we have in Disney World. So I always thought about Cinderella as the leader of the pack. And now it's Elsa for sure. Ariel was very popular. They all kind of took turns being super popular, some more than others. I was trying to find and print a proxy version. Play before. Yay, that's so super cool, Daniel. They split from each other long, long ago. Yeah, yeah. Fair enough, but still, you know, basically alligators, dinosaurs, closest thing we have in modern day. The time of year when I try to avoid the sun, being outside at all costs. I'm super vitamin D deficient. That's probably not going to work for me this year. Archer is a Disney princess. Oh my god. Disney owns everything. It's 60% of all media Disney is making money off of in some way, shape, or form. Also, has anyone here heard? I couldn't live without AC. I know. Up and coming Salt Inico. Yes, I'm obsessed with Inico. They're amazing. Jericho on repeat. Wait. The weather outside is gorgeous, gloomy gray clouds are still shining. Currently, it's pretty sunny right now. It's pretty nice. Right? I'm obsessed. I am super obsessed. The two things that I've had on repeat on my playlist lately are well, there are actually a couple of things. I've also had Labor by Paris Paloma on repeat. Sleep Token's new album is out, so that, especially Euclid, has been on repeat. But Inigo Jericho is one of my new favorite songs right now. Toxic Gators are about as close to dinos as marsupials are. Yeah, but like, yeah, I know I know you're correct. I'm not like arguing the point. I just, that's just how I think about them. Um, I am not scientifically accurate. I have made peace with that. Crocodiles and alligators making me want to go to watch Jurassic Park. Haven't seen it in a while. Yeah, magic. You're not by an angry witch. I was just talking to my brother about this. Even if you don't believe in anything spiritual, just I like to hedge my bets. You know. I'm never gonna be like, I'll, fuck her. I'm not gonna fuck her out and find out with the magical, beings. Even if you don't believe in any of that stuff, you shouldn't fuck around and find out. Uh, as far as disrespecting them and being like, I'm sure it's not real. They're smoking some Goosebumps books, possibly. Directly related to dinosaurs. Gators are technically death chickens? Death chickens? I like this. Death chickens is a great name for a band. Hi, Sad Lump. It's good to see you. Sorry, I'll get. Sorry, we're only 2 chapters in. It's like 9 o'clock at night. Let me get back to the book. There's a lot of people in chat, and I love chatting with chat. Chapter 3. As I started to fall into the bubbling green stew, the same hands that grabbed my waist and pulled me back. Emily giggled. Gotcha, she cried, holding on to me, keeping me from turning around and slugging her. Hey, let go, I cried angrily. You almost pushed me into quicksand. That's not funny. She laughed some more, then let me go. It isn't quicksand, dork, she muttered. It's a bog. Huh? I turned to stare into the gloppy green water. It's a bog. A peat bog, she repeated impatiently. Don't you know anything? What's a peat bog? I asked, ignoring her insults. Emily the know-it-all. She's always bragging about how she knows everything, and I'm a stupid clod. But she gets B's in school, and I get A's, so who's the smart one? We learned about this last year when we studied the wetlands, the rainforest, she replied smugly. The pond is thick because it has peat moss growing in it, and the moss grows and grows. It absorbs 25 times its own weight in water. It's gross looking, I said. Why don't you drink some to see how it tastes, she urged. She tried to push me again, but I ducked and skirted away. I'm not thirsty, I muttered. I realized it wasn't too clever, but it was the best reply I could think of. Let's get going, she said, wiping sweat off her forehead with her hand. I'm really hot. Yeah, okay, I reluctantly agreed. This was a pretty neat walk. We turned away from the peat bog and started back down the hill. Hey, look, I cried, pointing to 2 black shadows floating high above us under a white cloud. Falcons, Emily said, shielding her eyes with her one hand as she gazed up. I think they're falcons. It's hard to see. They sure are big. We watched them soar out of sight. Then we continued down the hill, making our way carefully on the damp, sandy ground. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Sorry. At the bottom of the hill, back under the deep shade of the trees, we stopped to catch our breath. I was really sweating now. The back of my neck felt hot and itchy. I rubbed it with one hand, but it didn't seem to help. The breeze had stopped. The air felt heavy. Nothing moved. Loud cawing sounds made me glance up. Two enormous blackbirds peered down at us from a low branch of a cypress tree. They cawed again as if telling us to go away. This way, Emily said with a sigh. I followed her, feeling prickly and itchy all over. Ugh. I wish we had a swimming pool at our new house, I said. I'd jump right in with my clothes on. We walked for several minutes. The trees grew thicker, the light grew dimmer, the path ended. We had to push our way through the tall leafy ferns. I don't think we've been here before, I stammered. Don't think it's the right way. We stared at each other, watching each other's face filled with fright. We both realized we were lost, completely lost. Bogs will still drag you. Geology, what's that? You can swim in the bog. Selfish children. Bogs. What's happening? Sweet dreamer. Making sibling think they're gonna die. Classic prank, bro. Has the opening endings 2018 adaptations of Fruit. Repeat. Never seen either adaptation. I probably should. Okay. Getting caught up on chat. Well, sibling looks like we're lost. Who wants to eat the other's leg first? Opinions of Ghibli makes art books about Sherlock Hound, even though it's technically produced by interesting. The werewolf is a nice one, like the other media, and not mean ones like in pop culture. I'm not giving away any spoilers. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you all. As I said that, someone clicked off the stream. Power move, honestly. Birds are far closer to dinosaurs. I think it's a part of Ghibli. Okay. Let's do the things. 4. I don't believe this, Emily shrieked. Her loud shout made the two blackbirds flutter off their tree limb. They soared away, cawing angrily. What am I doing here? She cried. Emily is not good in emergencies. When she's got a flat tire during one of her first driving lessons back home in Burlington, she jumped out of the car and ran away. Emily. So I didn't exactly expect her to be calm and cool now. Since we were totally lost in the middle of a dark, hot swamp, I expected her to panic, and she did. I'm the calm one in the family. I take after Dad. Cool and scientific. The girls of our family are so dramatic, but us guys, we're pretty chill. Was what he just said. Let's just figure out the direction of the sun, I said, ignoring fluttering in my chest. What sun? Emily cried, throwing her hands up. It was really dark. The palm trees with their wide leaves formed a pretty solid roof above us. Well, we could check out some moss, I suggested. The fluttering in my chest was growing stronger. Isn't moss supposed to grow north side of the trees? East side, I think, Emily muttered. Or is it the west? It's the north side, isn't it? Now I'm confused. I'm pretty sure it's the north, I insisted, gazing around. Pretty sure. What good is pretty sure? Emily cried shrilly. Forget the moss, I said, rolling my eyes. I'm not even sure what moss looks like. How are you not? Okay. They're children. We stared at each other for a long time. Didn't you used to carry a compass with you wherever you went? Emily asked, sounding a little shaky. Yeah, when I was 4, I replied. I can't believe we were so stupid, Emily wailed. We should have worn one. We should have worn one of the radio transmitters, for the deer. Then Dad could track us down. I should have worn jeans, I muttered, noticing some tiny red bumps along my calf. Poison ivy? Some kind of rash? What should we do? Emily asked impatiently, wiping sweat off her forehead with her hand. Go back up the hill, I guess, I told her. There were no trees there. It was sunny. Once we see where the sun is, we can figure out the direction to get back. But which way is the hill? Emily demanded. I spun around. Was it behind us or to our right? A cold chill ran down my back as I realized I wasn't sure. I shrugged. We're really lost, I muttered with a sigh. Let's go this way, Emily said, starting to walk away. I just have a feeling this is the way. If we come to that bog, we'll know we're going we'll know we're going right. And if we don't, I demanded, we'll come to something else maybe, she replied. Brilliant. But I didn't see any good in arguing with her, so I followed. We walked in silence, the shrill ringing of the insects on all sides, the calls of the birds startling us from above. After a short while, we pushed our way through a clump of excuse me, of tall stiff reeds. Have we been here before? Emily asked. I couldn't remember. I pushed a reed away to step through and realized it had left something sticky on my hand. Yuck! Hey, look! Emily's excited cry made me glance up from the sticky green gunk that clung to my hand. The bog! It was right in front of us, the same bog we had stopped at before. Yay! Emily cried. I knew I was right. I just had a feeling. The sight of the gurgling green pond cheered us both up. Once past it, we began to run. We knew we were on the right path, nearly home. Way to go, I cried happily, running past my sister. Way to go. I was feeling really good again. Then something reached up, grabbed my ankle, and pulled me down to the swampy ground. I actually got lost in the woods while hiking once for maybe 2 hours at night. Oh, that sounds terrifying. You guys know I have really bad directional skills. I'm terrified of getting lost. Emily is me, TBH. You gotta wear long pants. Well, here, like in this part of the country, I'm not sure about you guys, but we have to constantly be worried about ticks. Like I got a tick bite at the end of last tick season, and it was unfun. For some boy that's supposed to be scientific, he's really letting the side down. Burlington, brag about it. Have you been to a Burlington lately? Oh, you know all those hysterical women. Yeah. Are you Burlington enough? Are we all just saying the Burlington slogans, the Burlington Coat Factory slogans? I'll get a tick. I got a tick, most likely just at Piedmont Park, which is weird. It's in the city. You would think I would have gotten it somewhere like out in the woods, like working on some movie set in the middle of nowhere. But I didn't. I got it in the park. And then I had like the bullseye ring thing, and then they were like, "We're gonna treat you for Lyme disease," and I'm like, What? Man, I was all achy. It was not fun. Hello, people just joining us. My sparkling water seems extra sweet today. I don't know why. Don't forget to do all the YouTuber things like subscribe, follow along for more content of nostalgic, obscure, otherwise strange media. Yay! Chapter 5. I hit the ground hard, landing on my elbow and knees. My heart leapt into my throat. I tasted blood. Get up, Emily was screaming. It's got me, I cried, a tight, trembling voice. The fluttering in my chest had become a pounding. Again, I tasted blood. I raised my eyes to see Emily laughing. Laughing? It's just a tree root, she said, pointing. I followed in the direction of her finger and instantly realized I hadn't been pulled down. I had tripped over one of the many upraised tree roots that arched over the ground. I stared at the bone-like root. It was bent in the middle and looked like a skinny white leg. But as somebody with skinny white legs, I am offended. But what was the blood I tasted? Uh-oh. I felt my aching lip. I had bitten it when I fell. Ugh, I had empathy pain. With a loud groan, I pulled myself to my feet. My knees ached. My knees ached. My lip throbbed. Blood trickled down my chin. That was pretty clumsy, Emily said softly. And then she added, "Are you okay?" She big sister energy. Wow, you clumsy idiot. Oh my god, are you okay though? Um She brushed some dried leaves off the back of my t-shirt. "Yeah, I guess," I replied, still feeling a little shaky. I really thought something had grabbed me. I forced a laugh. She rested a hand on my shoulder and we started walking again. Slower than before, side by side. Slender beams of light poked down through. Every time they describe the trees, they sound like aspens, and then I think of that old YouTube video where the guy's like, "You can tell it's an aspen because of the way it is." Um Side by side, slender beams of light poked down through the thick tree leaves, dotting the ground in front of us. It all looked unreal, like something in a dream. Some creature scampered noisily behind the tangle of low shrubs at our right. Emily and I didn't even turn to try to see it. We just wanted to get home. It didn't take us long to realize we were headed in the wrong direction. We stopped at the edge of the small, round clearing. Birds chattered noisily above us. A light breeze made the palm leaves scrape and creak. "What are those huge gray things?" I asked, lingering behind my sister. "Mushrooms, I think," she replied quietly. "Mushrooms as big as footballs?" I murmured. We both saw the small shack at the same time. It was hidden in the shadow of two low cypress trees beyond the field of giant mushrooms at the other side of the clearing. We both gaped at it in surprise, studying it in shocked silence. We took a few steps toward it, then a few more. The shack was tiny, built low to the ground, not much taller than me. It had some kind of thatched roof made of long reeds or dried grass. The walls were made of layers of dried palm leaves. The door, built of slender tree limbs bound together, was shut tight. There were no windows. A pile of gray ashes formed a circle a few yards from the door, signs of campfire. I saw a pair of battered old work boots lying at the side of the shack. Beside that were several empty tin cans on their sides and a plastic water bottle, also empty, partly crumpled. I turned to Emily and whispered, "Do you think someone lives here? In the middle of the swamp?" She shrugged her features tight with fear. "If someone lives here, maybe he can tell us which way to go home," I suggested. "Maybe," Emily murmured. Her eyes were straight ahead, in the tiny shack covered in blue shadow. Oh my goodness. Ha! We took another couple steps closer. Why would someone want to live on a tiny shack like this in the middle of a swamp, I wondered. An answer flashed into my mind. Because whoever it is wants to hide from the world. Honestly, mood. It's a hideout, I muttered, not realizing I was speaking out loud. A criminal, a bank robber, or a killer. He's hiding here. Shh. Emily put a finger on my mouth to silence me. Hitting the cut on my lip, I pulled away. Ugh. Anyone home? She called. Her voice came out low and shaky. So low, I could barely hear her. Anyone home? She repeated, a little more forcefully. I decided to join in. We shouted together, anyone home? Anyone in there? We listened. No reply. We stepped up to the low door. Anyone in there? I called out one more time. Then I reached for the doorknob. The werewolf's home. Blair Witch House, right? Where, Shrek? Some body. It's Florida Man. Do you guys? Does anybody watch Atlanta? Does he really have an alligator? Yep, that's the alligator man. In this context, Emily kind of has the right to laugh a bit. Yeah. You know, that would be a commercial break in the episode with Grady tripping on the knot, on the root. I'm really struggling to read tonight. I don't know what's happening. Yes, that would absolutely be a commercial break. Real quick. I'm just gonna log on Goodreads that we're reading our book. After I get off this stream, I should populate tomorrow and Saturday's streams. Tomorrow we have Animorphs, and Saturday Gabe is coming back, and we're finishing So You Want to Be a Wizard. So hopefully that'll be fun. No werewolves yet. Not yet. But just wait. Oh, this is book number 96 that we have covered on the channel. Good for us. You know, Goodreads, you really should pull up when I start typing in what book I'm reading. You really should search my want to read shelf first. Just saying, that feels more intuitive to me. But I'm not a web designer, so I don't know. How many pages do we actually have? 123. Okay. We've still got a bit of a ways to go, but we're getting there. Ron to bitch ass is officially running for president. Yeah, I saw that. Ugh, not surprised, but so annoyed. Werewolf are the friends we made along the way. Oh my god, that's funny. Okay, hang on. Let's see. How many Goosebumps episodes have I covered? Some of them were, or let me say Goosebumps TV adaptations, because some of them, quite a bit of them, were the 2-part specials. Give me my playlist. I know I have a playlist. I just wanted to see. Really not gonna give me playlists, huh? All right. All right, here we go. Those are the books that I've read. Sorry, I'm having an argument with myself apparently. Hi, Chris. I think I've covered more than 3. Let's see. Maybe I've only covered 3. Let's see. Where in the hell is my playlist? I know I have it. I wanted to link it. There we go. The R.L. Stine playlist. That's right. No, I don't want to hear it. Wow, the room looked really different there. Okay, so as far as R.L. Stine produced videos, I have 7 videos, one of which is not a Goosebumps thing, one of which is the Good Ghouls Go Bad movie, which is also an R.L. Stine book, but it's not Goosebumps technically, although it's very similar in if you like Goosebumps, you'll probably like that too. So I've covered The Haunted Mask, Werewolf of Fever Swamp, Haunted Mask 2, Night in Terror Tower, one day at Horrorland, and then also so I've covered 5 because the last one on this playlist is the first episode of The Nightmare Room, which was also a whatchamacallit, R.L. Stine. R.L. Stine brought me to this channel. Yay! Share that playlist just in case anybody wanted it. Okay, sorry. Let's get back to this. Mask 2, yes. Okay. Just as I was about to pull open the crude wooden door, it swung out, nearly hitting us both. We leapt back as a man burst out from the dark doorway in the hut. He glared at us with wild black eyes. He had long gray-white hair down past his shoulders, tied behind him in a loose ponytail. His face was bright red, sunburned maybe, or maybe red from anger. He stared at us with a menacing scowl, standing bent over, stooped from being inside the low hut. He wore a loose-fitting white t-shirt, dirt-stained and wrinkled over heavy black trousers that bagged over his sandals. As he glared at us with those amazing black eyes, his mouth opened, revealing a rows of jagged yellow teeth. Close to my sister, I took a step back. I wanted to ask him who he was, why he lived in the swamp. I wanted to ask if he could help find the way back home. A dozen questions flashed through my mind, but all I could utter was, sorry. Then I realized that Emily was already running away. Her ponytail flew behind her as she dived through the tall woods. And a second later, I was running after her, my heart pounding, my sandals squished over the soft ground. Hey, Emily, wait up, wait up! I ran over the rough carpet of dead leaves and twigs. As I struggled to catch up to her, I glanced behind me and cried out in terror. Emily, he's chasing us! I'm on the hermit side here. Me too, Pizza. He didn't ask those kids to come up to his house, right? He's up there bothering them. That most of the episodes of the old show are no longer on Netflix. That is annoying. I mean, I'm not going to tell you to watch it illegally, but we all know there are illegal places that you can watch it. I'm not saying you should do that, but, they're not on Netflix. What are you going to do? Emily said, nope. Yeah, I think he gets more character development here than he does in the episode. Seriously, imagine you're just going about your day and these kids roll up to your house and are like, man, what kind of weirdo lives here? Not saying you should. I'm saying you could. Yes, I'm saying you absolutely could watch them uh illegally if you want. Hello, everybody coming in. If anyone is an FBI agent, I didn't know. I'm just kidding. No, we're talking about Goosebumps not being on Netflix and the lengths that you now need to go to watch them. Thank you for coming in. We are reading The Werewolf of Fever Swamp. Thank you for watching. You watching and interacting in all the ways with this live stream helps it get pushed out to more people to share the Goosebumps love. So thank you very much. It supports my channel and I appreciate it as a creator. Let's continue. That was a very short chapter. 7. Bent low to the ground, the man from the hut moved steadily after us, taking long strides. His hands bobbed at his sides. He was breathing hard, and his mouth was open, revealing the jagged teeth. Run, Emily cried. Run, Grady! We were following a narrow path between tall weeds. The trees thinned out. We ran through shadow and sunlight and back into shadow. Emily, wait up! I called breathlessly, but she didn't slow down. A long, narrow pond appeared to our left. Strange trees lifted up from the middle of the water. The slender trunks were surrounded by thicket of dark roots, mangrove trees. I wanted to stop and look at the eerie-looking trees, but this wasn't the time for sightseeing. We ran along. It is, but you gotta see it very, very quickly as you run by. Sorry, I just hit the microphone. We ran along the edge of the pond, our sandals sinking into the marshy ground, then my chest heaving, my throat choked and dry. I followed Emily as the path curved into the trees. A sharp pain in my side made me cry out. I stopped running. I gasped for breath. Hey, he's gone, Emily said, swallowing hard. She stopped a few yards ahead of me and leaned against a tree trunk. We lost him. I bent over, trying to force away the pain in my side. After a short while, my breathing slowed to normal. Weird, I said. I couldn't think of anything else. Yeah, weird, Emily agreed. She walked back to me and pulled me up straight. You okay? I guess. At least the pain had faded away. I always get a pain in my right side when I run a long time. This one was worse than usual. I think pretty much everybody gets that, right? Maybe I'm just super out of shape. Ugh. This one was worse than usual. I usually don't have to run for my life. Come on, Emily said as she let go of me and started walking quickly, following the path. Hey, this looks familiar, I said. I began to feel a little better. I started to jog. We passed clusters of trees and ferns that looked familiar. I could see our footprints in the sandy ground going the other way. A short while later, our backyard came into view. Home, sweet home, I cried. Emily and I stepped out of the low trees and began running across the grass toward the back of the house. Mom and Dad were in the backyard setting up outdoor furniture. Dad was lowering an umbrella into the white umbrella table. Mom was washing off the white lawn chairs with the garden hose. Hey, welcome back, Dad said, smiling. We thought you got lost, Mom said. We did, I cried breathlessly. Mom turned off the nozzle, stopping the spray of water. You what? A man chased us, Emily exclaimed. A strange man with long white hair. He lives in a hut in the middle of the swamp, I added, dropping down into one of the lawn chairs. It was wet, but I didn't care. Huh? He chased you? Dad's eyes narrowed in alarm. Then he said, I heard in town there's a swamp hermit out there. And you just let your children... Okay. You just let your children out into the swamp with knowing that there's a random stranger that you don't know from shit out there. All right. Yes, he chased us, Emily repeated. Her normally pale face was bright red. Her hair had come loose and fell wildly around her face. It was scary. Hmm. A guy in the hardware store told me about him, Dad said. She said he was strange but perfectly harmless. No one knows his name. Harmless? Emily cried. Then why did he chase us? Dad shrugged. I'm only repeating what I heard. Evidently, he's lived in the swamp most of his life by himself. He never comes to town. My mom dropped the hose and walked over to Emily. She placed a hand on Emily's shoulder. In the bright sunlight, they looked like sisters. They're both tall and thin with long, straight blonde hair. I look more like my dad. Wavy brown hair, dark eyes, a little chunky. Maybe they shouldn't go back in the swamp by themselves, Mom said, biting her lower lip fretfully. She started to gather Emily's hair back up in a ponytail. Oh my goodness. The hermit is supposed to be completely harmless, Dad repeated. He was still struggling to lower the umbrella into the concrete base. Every time he lowered it, he missed the opening. Here, Dad, I'll help you. I scooted under the table and guided the umbrella stem into the base. Don't worry, Emily said. You won't catch me back in the swamp. She scratched both shoulders. I'm going to be itchy for the rest of my life, she groaned. Stop making me itchy, R.L. Stein. She groaned. Oh my god. We saw a lot of neat things, I said, starting to feel normal again. Peat bog and a mangrove trees, and I told you this was going to be an experience, Dad said, arranging the white chairs around the table. Some experience, Emily grumbled, rolling her eyes. I'm going to take a shower. Maybe if I stay in it for an hour or so, I'll stop itching. Mom shook her head, watching Emily stomp toward the back door. This is going to be a hard year for Em, she muttered. I'm kind of on Em's side right now. Hey, Mom, hey, Dad, we got chased by a stranger through the woods. And they're like, nah, walk it off, Emily. Dad wiped his dirty hands on the sides of his jeans. Come with me, Grady, he said, motioning for me to follow him. Time to feed the deer. We talked more about the swamp at dinner. Dad told us stories about how they hunted and trapped the swamp deer that he was using for his experiment. Dad and his helpers searched the South American jungles for weeks. They used tranquilizer guns to capture the deer. Then they had to bring in helicopters to pull the deer out. And the deer were not too happy about flying. Well, you kidnapped them. Are we just not going to talk about that? You're a deer napper, Dad. The swamp you two were exploring this afternoon, he said, twirling his spaghetti. Know what it's called? Fever Swamp. That's what the local people call it anyway. Why? Emily asked. Because it's so hot in there? Dad chewed and swallowed a mouthful of spaghetti. He had orange splotches of tomato sauce on both sides of his mouth. I don't know why it's called Fever Swamp, but I'm sure we'll find out eventually. It was probably discovered by a guy named Mr. Fever, Mom joked. I want to go home to Vermont, Emily wailed. I don't blame Emily. After dinner, I found myself feeling a little homesick too. I took a tennis ball out of the back of the house. Ugh, sorry. I thought maybe I could bounce it off the wall and catch it the way I had done back home, but the deer pen was in the way. I thought about my two best friends in Burlington, Ben and Adam. We had lived on the same block and used to hang out after dinner. We'd throw a ball around or walk down to the playground and just mess around. Staring at the deer who milled silently at one end of the pen, I realized I really missed my friends. I wondered what they were doing right now, probably hanging out in Ben's backyard. Feeling glum, I was about to go back inside and see what was on TV when a hand grabbed me from behind. The swamp hermit. was a long-ish chapter. It wasn't like long by normal standards, but for Goosebump books, it was pretty long. Oh my god. I cannot stop yawning. Dad found Carl's house and up. We'll fall asleep before the book is over. I'm really trying not to. I feel very sleepy right now. Woo! That's the name of the book. He has some serious issues with people grabbing. He does, yeah. But the last time it was just a root. He hasn't actually had anybody grab onto him. Except, well, his sister did try to push him in. Oh my goodness. Not spine tingling, spine itching. Yep. Come on, kids. West Nile virus builds character. The other thing to learn from Goosebumps is that people aren't always as they seem. And Darth says, especially in this book, yes, no spoilers for anybody who hasn't read it, but yes. That is a pretty constant theory. Hi, Hale. I always assume it came from wait, I missed something. Hi, Tarfield Owl. Strange because the parents in this story should believe the stuff by the end of this book. Oh, yeah. Most of the parents in these books are non believers, very neglectful, or both. Oh, yeah. YouTube channel diving deep into Nickelodeon also stood out for the Goosebumps and the Animorphs. The guy who plays the hermit in the episode is the guy who was hoarding a lot of cats in the Harriet the Spy movie. Really? I never knew that either. Thanks for the info, Chris. Doing a lot more running in this book. Fun fact: the treasure. Oh, that's cool, Rex. Chris Rudd, you just mentioned foreign DVD sets. I just thought about the time that my mom bought a set of hello 21 concurrent viewers. Welcome. I'm going to ask that everybody maybe if you have a second to just click down and like the video so that more people can see it because then the algorithm gods are appeased. And it goes, "Okay, Avery gets to not be hidden from the masses today." The werewolf looks very rat-like. No, I think the werewolf looks pretty cool on this cover. Maybe it's just me. I do like the purple and yellow. They use a good combination of complementary colors. Hello, 23 concurrent viewers. If we get just one more concurrent viewer, we will beat the record set by As the World Turns. You guys will get the last laugh on those poor saps. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Chris saying that just reminded me of when my mom bought when we were kids on eBay a collection of Disney movies, and they were, what she didn't realize was that they were all the DVDs were in Chinese, which nobody in our house can read Chinese. And there was a way to set it back to the original, just English. All the movies were in Chinese. All the menu settings were in Chinese. You could set it back to the original English. You just had to guess and check because nobody could read the actual language. It was pretty funny. Anyway, rodent adjacent, cool colors, very cool. I do like the colors. Yeah, the way that the shading really lights those trees from the back gives it this really cool 3-dimensional look. I like it a lot. Fix a cup of hot chocolate. Ooh, hot chocolate sounds good right now. I've been trying to get my water in. Maybe I'll get a hot chocolate when I get off stream. If I end up filming tonight, I'll make a mug of that. I'm on my phone to find why the Blu-ray last Higgins wouldn't play. She should tell it was. All right, let's get in. The live streams have been very extra popular tonight, lately, this week specifically. Thank you guys for showing up for the live streams. I don't think I realized that it was that specific that they wouldn't play if they were from a different region. Interesting. Chapter 8. He found me! The swamp hermit found me! And now he's got me! Those are the thoughts that burst into my mind. I spun around and uttered a startled cry when I saw that it wasn't the swamp hermit, it was a boy. Hi, he said. I thought you saw me. I didn't mean to scare you. He had a funny voice, gravelly and hoarse. Oh, that's okay, I stammered. I saw you in your yard, he said. I live over there. He pointed. Oh, thank you, Chris. That's very, very, very kind. Thank you for continuing fun and enjoyment. Thank you, Chris. That is so sweet of you. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all of you so much, but thank you, Chris. I very much appreciate that. Okay, where was I? It was a boy. Hi, he said. I thought you saw me. I didn't mean to scare you. He had a funny voice, gravelly and hoarse. Oh, that's okay, I stammered. I saw you in your yard, he said. I live over there. He pointed to the house 2 doors down. You just moved in? I nodded. Yeah, I'm Grady Tucker. I slapped the tennis ball into my hand. What's your name? Will. Will Blake, he said in a hoarse voice. He was about my height, but he was heavier. Somehow. His shoulders were broader. His neck was thicker. He reminded me of a football lineman. He had a dark brown he had dark brown hair cut very short. It stood straight up on top like a flat top and was swept back on the sides. He wore a blue and white striped t-shirt and denim cutoffs. How old are you? He asked. 12, I answered. Me too, he told me, glancing over my shoulder at the deer. I thought maybe you were 11. I mean, you look kind of young. Yes, you know, the difference of 1 year really does make such a big impact. I was insulted by that remark, but I decided to ignore it. How long have you lived here? I asked, tossing the tennis ball from hand to hand. A few months, Will said. Are there any other kids our age? I asked, glancing down at the row of 6 houses. Yeah, one, Will repeated, but she's a girl, and she's kind of weird. In the distance, the sun was lowering itself behind the swamp trees. The sky was dark, scarlet. The air suddenly became cooler. Gazing high in the sky, I could see a pale moon nearly full. Will headed over to the deer pen. I followed him. He walked heavily, his big shoulders bobbing with each step. He poked his head through the wire mesh and let a deer lick his palm. Your father works for the Forest Service, too? He asked, his eyes studying the deer. No, I told him. My mom and dad are both scientists. They're doing studies with these deer. Weird-looking deer, Will said. He pulled his wet hand from the pen and held it up. Yuck, deer slime. I laughed. Worse, not as bad as monster blood. I laughed. They're called swamp deer, I told him. I tossed him the tennis ball. We backed away from the deer pen and started to throw the ball back and forth. Have you been in the swamp? He asked. Everybody take a drink if you're playing that drinking game. I missed the ball and had to chase it across the grass. Yeah, this afternoon, I told him. My sister and we got lost. He snickered. Do you know why it's called Fever Swamp? I asked, tossing him a high one. It was getting pretty dark, harder to see, but he caught the ball one-handed. Yeah, my dad told me the story, Will said. I think it was 100 years ago, maybe longer. Everyone in town came down with a strange fever. Everyone? I asked. He nodded. Everyone who had been in the swamp. He held onto the ball and moved closer. My dad said that the fever lasted for weeks, sometimes even months, and lots of people died from it. Oof. That's horrible, I murmured, glancing across the backyard to the darkening trees, at the swamp edge. And those who didn't die from the fever began acting very strange, Will continued. He had small, round eyes, and as he told his story, his eyes gleamed. They started talking crazy, not making any sense, just saying nonsense, the words, and they couldn't walk very well. They'd fall down a lot or walk around in circles. Weird. It sounds like the dancing plague, but like weirder, different, much more different. Like the Jack Sparrow quote, much more better. Hang on, I need a tissue. With the fever. Let's see if Grady will predictably get the fever. No spoilers, one way or the other. Anybody who hasn't experienced this one yet, I want them to get the twist for themselves. Just saying nonsense words, and they couldn't walk very well. They'd fall down a lot or walk around in circles. Weird, I said, my eyes still trained on the swamp. The sky darkened from scarlet to a deep purple. The nearly full moon seemed to glow brighter. Ever since that time, they called it Fever Swamp, Will said, finishing his story. He flopped the tennis ball to me. He flipped the tennis ball to me. I better get home. Did you ever see the swamp hermit? I asked. He shook his head. No, I heard about him, but I've never seen him. I did, I told him. My sister and I saw him this afternoon. We found his hut. That's cool, Will exclaimed. Did you talk to him or anything? No way, I replied. He chased us. He did? Will's expression turned thoughtful. Why? I don't know. We were pretty scared, I admitted. I've got to go, Will said. He started jogging toward his house. Hey, maybe you and I can go exploring in the swamp together, he called back. Yeah, great, I replied. I felt a little cheered up. I'd made a new friend. Maybe it won't be so bad living here, I thought. I watched Will head around the side of his house 2 doors down. His house looked almost identical to ours, except there were no deer pen in the back of the course. Of course. I saw a swing set with a small slide and seesaw in his backyard. I wondered if he had a little brother or sister. I thought about Emily as I headed to the house. I knew she'd be jealous that I'd made a friend. Poor Emily was really sad without that goon Martin hanging around her. Goon. That's funny. I never liked Martin. He always called me kiddo. I watched one of the deer lower itself to the ground, folding its legs gracefully. Another deer did the same. They were settling in for the night. I made my way inside and joined the family in the living room. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. They were watching a show about sharks on the Discovery Channel. My parents love sharks on my parents love the Discovery Channel. Big surprise, huh? Do you think it was Shark Week? I don't know was Shark Week a thing in 1993? I watched for a short while, then I began to realize I wasn't feeling very well. I had a headache, sharp throbbing at my temples, and I had chills. I told Mom. She got up and walked over to my chair. You look a little flushed, she said, studying me with concern. She placed a cool hand on my forehead and left it there for a few seconds. Grady, I think you have a little fever, she said. Dun, dun, dun. All right, what did I miss in chat? Emily is such a depressing. Boyfriend. Oh, poor Emily. I think Emily, he's really mean to Emily in this book. He's not a toilet. Stop calling him flushed. Different kind of flushed. Up of the chocolate, of hot chocolate after all. Ooh. See, I want to get up and get hot chocolate. I'm the werewolf. No, I'm the werewolf. I'm Buzz Lightyear. No, I'm Buzz Lightyear. My mom is the werewolf. My toe is the werewolf. So you could say that we're down with the sickness. Very fun. Attack of the Deer Slime. R.L. Stein's new book. Typical 12-year-old behavior. Yep. She's the werewolf. She's a girl. How very dare she? How dare she? Have 2 X chromosomes. Get eaten by the hermit by the end of the book. Where the Wolfman is my favorite werewolf film, so more a fan of the more humanoid werewolves, more wolf-like ones. Besides, it's called a werewolf, and man wolf are probably has ruined. Oh, Twilight. No, honey, we're scientists. You should know there are no better authority than some guy at the hardware store. Yeah, exactly. Hello, people just coming in. Thank you for watching the stream. If you're just finding me, because I know some people have been finding us through the live streams lately, my name is Avery. This is my channel where I cover nostalgic, obscure, otherwise strange content. Tonight, the content in question is Goosebumps, The Werewolf of Fever Swamp, the book from 1993. If you happen to be looking for a review of the episode, the classic episode of Goosebumps, I have a video on my channel where I covered that, and I've covered some other episodes, some other R.L. Stein type things, and we've read several Goosebump books on the channel, so feel free to check that out. Thank you for doing the likey, subscribey things. Werewolf movies is American Werewolf in London. I prefer the original Howling in London. I haven't seen too many werewolf movies. I'm just right now realizing. I guess I should change that. Again, if we can get more than 23 concurrent viewers, you guys have officially beaten the As the World Turns crowd. Not that it's a competition. Hi, Benjamin. Speaking of which, welcome back. Thank you for spending yet another night with us. Reading The Werewolf of Fever Swamp. Let's continue. Gotta get my blood flowing. I'm kind of exhausted. Very few horror movies. I've seen a few. Tubi has some fantastically awful werewolf movies. Oh, now that I have the new TV, I've been scrolling at night. Oh, look at that. We did it. You guys won. 24 concurrents. Woo! Thank you guys for being here. Don't forget to like the stream so that it can be seen by more people, because the algorithm will be The algorithm gods will be appeased. Yeah, I've been scrolling through Tubi and I'm just like, oh, there's so many things I want to cover on Tubi. Just the most horrific collection of B movies I've ever seen. Praise the Lord. Bad werewolf movie recommendations. Oh, always. I am always in the mood for a bad movie recommendation. Especially if it's future content, because I am a YouTuber. I'm just kidding. But not at all. But yes, definitely give me those recommendations. Okay, chapter 9. A few nights later, I heard the strange, frightening howls for the first time. My fever had gone up to 101 degrees and stayed there for a day. Then it went away. Then it came back. It's the swamp fever, I told my parents earlier that night. Pretty soon I'm gonna start acting crazy. You already act crazy, Mom teased. She handed me a glass of orange juice. Drink. Keep drinking. Drinking won't help swamp fever, I insisted glumly, taking the glass anyway. There's no cure for it. Mom tisk tisk. Dad continued to read a science magazine. I had strange dreams that night, disturbing dreams. I was back in Vermont. Not Vermont! Running through the snow. Something was chasing me. I thought maybe it was the swamp hermit. I kept running. 25 concurrents! Woo! Thank you guys. This is so cool. I appreciate you so much. Kept running and running. I was very cold. I was shivering in the dream. I turned back to see what was chasing me. There wasn't anyone there. And suddenly, I was in the swamp. I was sinking in a peat bog. It was gurgled all around me, green and thick, making these sick sucking sounds. It was sucking me down, down. The howls woke me up. I sat straight up in my bed and stared out the window at the nearly full moon. It floated right beyond the window, silvery and bright against the blue-black sky. Another long howl rose on the night air. I realized I was shaking all over. I was sweating. My pajama shirt stuck to my back. Gripping the covers with both hands, I listened hard. Another howl, the cry of an animal from the swamp. The cries sounded so close. Right outside the window, long, angry howls. I shoved down the covers and lowered my feet to the floor. I was still trembling and my head throbbed as I stood up. I guess I still had a fever. Another long howl. I made my way to the hall on shaky legs. I had to find out if my parents had heard the howls too. Walking through the darkness, I bumped into a low table in the hall. I still wasn't used to this new house. My feet were cold as ice, but my head felt burning hot, as if it were on fire. Rubbing the knee I had banged, I waited for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. Then I continued down the hall. My parents' room was just past the kitchen in the back of the house. I was halfway across the kitchen when I stopped short. What was that sound? A scratching sound. My breath caught in my throat. I froze, my arms stiff at my sides. I listened. There it was again. Over the pounding of my head, I heard it. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Someone or something scratching at the kitchen door. Then another howl, so close, so terrifyingly close. Scratch, 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 scratch. What could it be? Some kind of animal just outside the house. Some kind of swamp animal blowing and howling and scratching at the door. I realized I'd been holding my breath a long while. I let it out in a whoosh, then sucked it in another breath. I listened hard, straining to hear over the pounding of my heart. The refrigerator clicked on. The loud click nearly made me jump out of my skin. My werewolf skin. No, I'm just kidding. I grabbed the countertop. My hands were as cold as my feet could. Cold and clammy. I listened. Scratch, 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 scratch. Should I do the I'm not close enough for it. The YouTube or the ASMR trigger that's like scratch, 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 scratch. Sorry, I'm not an ASMR artist. I took a step toward the kitchen door. One step, then I stopped. A shudder of fear ran down my back. I realized I wasn't alone. Someone was there, breathing beside me in the dark kitchen. Hope they have a brick house, right? And I'll huff and I'll puff. Let's see. Oh, I do have candy. Smells good. The orange chocolate candy. Hope they can protect Grandma. Ginger Snaps. 2 are good films, but not the third one. Haven't seen any of them, but thank you for the recommendation. Watch Ginger Snaps. The werewolf wants to be let in for dinner, but the Tuckers are the dinner. Ooh, donuts. We're getting a Tim Hortons here in Atlanta. I'm so unbelievably excited. That's terrible pizza. I'm so sorry. I've had some pretty gnarly infections, like ear infections in my life. That is a fun factor, Brex. Okay. Hello, everybody joining us. Thank you for being here. We are reading The Werewolf of Fever Swamp. Don't mind me, I'm a little tired tonight, but other than that, we're all having fun. All right. A lot of bonus content in these reprinted books, like in the backs. 26 concurrents. Thank you guys so much. I told you guys liking the stream helps it get seen by more people. 26 concurrents means quite a bit to a channel of this size, so thank you so much. Fever Swamp. That's why she's tired. She'll become a werewolf at the end of the stream. Yes, stay tuned for the end of the stream. I'm about to read chapter... Oh yeah, 10 o'clock, reading chapter 10. How fortuitous. Chapter 10. I gasped. I was gripping the countertop so hard my hand ached. Who's there? I whispered. The kitchen light flashed on. Emily! I practically shouted her name in surprise and relief. Emily, Did you hear the howls? She asked, speaking just above a whisper. Her blue eyes burned into mine. Did you hear the howls? Yes, they woke me up, I said. They sound so angry, like a cry of attack. Emily whispered. Why do you look so weird, Grady? Huh? Her question caught me off guard. Your face is all red, she said. And look at you. You're all shaky. I think my fever is back, I told her. Swamp fever, she murmured, examining me with her eyes. Maybe it's the swamp fever you were Maybe it's the swamp fever you were telling me about. I turned to the kitchen door. Did you hear the scratching sounds? I asked. Something was scratching at the back door. Yes, she whispered. She stared at the door. We both listened. Silence. Do you think one of the deer escaped? She asked, taking a few steps toward the door, her arms crossed in front of her pink and white robe. Do you think a deer would scratch at the door? I asked. It was such a silly question, we both burst out laughing. Maybe it wanted a glass of water, Emily exclaimed, and we both laughed some more. Giddy laughter, nervous laughter. We both cut. Hope it's just a deer wanting a drink of water. We both cut our laughter short at the same time and listened. Another howl rose up outside like a police siren. I saw Emily's eyes narrow in fear. It's a wolf, she cried in a hushed whisper. She raised a hand to her mouth. Only a wolf makes a sound like that, Grady. Emily, come on, I started to protest. No, I'm right, she insisted. It's a wolf howl. Em, stop, I said, sinking onto a kitchen stool. There are no wolves in the Florida swamps. You can look in the guidebooks. Or better yet, ask Mom and Dad. Wolves don't live in swamps. She started to argue, but a scratching at the door made her stop. Scratch, 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 scratch. We both heard it. We both reacted with sharp gasps. What is that? I whispered, and then reading her expression, I quickly added, Don't say it's a wolf. I don't know, she replied, both hands raised to her face. I recognized her look of panic. Let's get Mom and Dad. I grabbed the door handle. Let's just take a look, I said. I don't know where my sudden courage came from. Maybe it was the fever, but suddenly I just wanted to solve the mystery. Who or what was scratching at the door? There was one good way to find out. Open the door and look outside. No, Grady, wait, Emily pleaded, but I waved away her protests. Then I turned the knob and pulled open the kitchen door. Do, 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 do. Swamp Wolf, new band name. Perfect. 27 concurrents, you guys! Thank you for being here. Thank you for liking the stream. I appreciate you. Hello, Laser. Good to see you. Yes, 27 people. That might not seem like a lot to bigger YouTubers, but to a channel this size, that is some crazy concurrent numbers. So thank you guys very, very, very much. It was just the cast of As the World Turns hanging out outside. They're just waiting around for another sinkhole. Observe the mummy shifted into... Kill it. Wait, let me read that again. Window with the full moon at night. Carefully observe the mummy shift at night into a jackal-like form. I was an ancient werewolf and doomed as the ancient Egyptians lacked silver to kill it. Where there was a mummy in the museum. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Hi, Texas. Just Barely Alive. I feel just barely alive too, Texas. Welcome to the Just Barely Alive Club. Yay! Wolves are very family animals and are very protective over their young. Yes, they are. Wolves are great. some of you, I think I've talked about this before. White wolves specifically are like a good luck charm thing to me. So I love wolves. All right. Well, that's interesting. I would like to think of werewolves being the same pack, family oriented. Chapter 11. A gust of hot, wet air. Ugh. Sounds like Florida. Rushed in through the open door. The chirp of cicadas greeted my ears. Holding onto the door, I peered into the darkness of the backyard. Nothing. The nearly full moon, yellow as a lemon, floated high in the sky, then wisps of black clouds drifted over it. The cicadas stopped suddenly, and all was quiet. Too quiet. I squinted into the distance toward the blackness of the swamp. Nothing moved, nothing made a sound. I waited for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. The moonlight sent a pale glow over the grass. Ah. In the far distance, I could see the black outline of slanting trees where the swamp began. Who or what had scratched at the door? Were they hiding in the darkness now? Watching me, waiting for me to close the door so they could begin the frightening howls again. Grady, close the door. I could hear my sister's voice behind me. She sounded so frightened. Grady, you see something, do you? No, I told her. Grady, do you see something, do you? No, I told her, just the moon. I ventured out onto the back stoop. The air was hot and steamy, like the air in the bathroom after you've taken a hot shower. Grady, come back! Close the door! Emily's voice was shrill and trembly. I gazed forward. I gazed toward the deer pen. I could see their shadowy forms still and silent. The hot wind rustled the grass. The cicadas began chirping again. Good. Sorry, guys. Chirping again. Is anybody out there? I called. I immediately felt foolish. There was no one out here. Grady, shut the door now. I felt Emily's hand on my pajama sleeve. She tugged me back into the kitchen. I closed the door and locked it. My face felt wet from the damp night air. I had chills. My knees were shaking. You look kind of sick, Emily said. She glanced over at my shoulder to the door. Did you see anything? No, I told her, nothing. It's so dark in back, even with a full moon. What's going on in here? A stern voice interrupted us. Dad lumbered into the kitchen, adjusting the collar of his long nightshirt he always wore. Oh my god. Sorry, guys. It's past midnight. He glanced from Emily to me, then back to Emily, looking for a clue. We heard noises, Emily said. Howls outside, and then something was scratching at the door. I added, trying to keep my knees from shaking. Fever dreams, Dad said to me. Look at you. You're as red as a tomato, and you're shaking. Let's take your temperature. You must be burning up. Burning up for you, baby. Sorry. He started toward the bathroom to get the thermostat. It wasn't a dream, Emily called after him. I heard the noises too. Dad stops in the doorway. Did you check the deer? Yeah, they're okay, I said. Then maybe it was just the wind or some creatures in the swamp. It's hard to sleep in a new house. Yes, caring more about the deer than your actual children. Great parenting. The sounds are all so new, so unfamiliar, but you'll both get used to them after a while. I'll never get used to those horrible howls, I thought, stubbornly, but I headed back to my room. Huh. Oops, sorry, I hit the microphone again. Whew. Dad took my temperature. It was just slightly above normal. You should be fine by tomorrow, he said, smoothing my blanket over me. No more wandering around tonight, okay? I murmured a reply and almost instantly drifted into a restless sleep. Again, I had strange, troubling dreams. I dreamed I was walking in the swamp. I heard the howls. I could see the full moon between the slender tree trunks and the swamp. I started to run, and then suddenly I was up to my waist in a thick green bog, and the howls continued, one after the other, echoing through the trees as I sank into the murky bog. When I awoke the next morning, the dream lingered in my mind. I wondered if the howls were real or just part of the dream. Climbing out of bed, I realized I felt fine. Yellow morning sunlight poured in through the window. I could see a clear blue sky. The beautiful morning made me forget my nightmares. I wondered if Will was around this morning. Maybe he and I could go exploring in the swamp. I got dressed quickly, pulling on pale blue jeans and black and silver Raiders t-shirt. I'm not a Raiders fan, I just like their colors. I gulped down a bowl of frosted flakes, allowed my mom to feel my head to make sure my fever was gone, and hurried to the back door. Whoa, hold on, Mom called, setting down the coffee cup. Where are you going so early? I want to see if Will is home, I said. Maybe we'll hang out or something. Okay, just don't overdo it, she warned. Promise? Yeah, promise, I replied. I pulled open the kitchen door, stepped into the blinding sunlight, and screamed as an enormous, dark monster leapt onto my chest and heaved me to the ground. Dun, 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 dun. I remember this part. My goodness. I still don't get why anyone would wear jeans in a hot climate. They're living in a place where they have to worry about bugs. So if you're, that's the big conundrum. Like in this southeast corner of the country, it's so hot and humid, but that also breeds a lot of bugs that can carry diseases. So you want your legs covered if you're going to be out in the swamp or in the woods or anything like that. But yes, I understand what you're saying. It's very hot. Teen Wolf is the superior werewolf movie. I don't think I've actually ever seen it, at least not all the way through. Depictions of werewolves have changed alongside our growth of knowledge of the animal. Yep, very true. This is where these characters go bye-bye in the bookends. Nope. We've got a little bit more book. Got, how well you can see with this bookmark. We've got about 2/3 of the book left, I'd assume, roughly. Teen Wolf is really good. Just heads up for anyone watching it. It is an 80s movie, so homophobic slurs are the norm there. Yeah, unfortunately. There's a lot of really fun 80s movies that I grew up with, but we watch it back and we're just like, oh, don't say that anymore. Jesus Christ. Right here, I'm just grabbing my giant tub of Sour Patch trolley crawlers. Just full of sugar time. Sour Patch Kids are so good too. Alright, check in. How's everybody doing? It is 10:19 p.m. here on the East Coast. I'm vibing. A little tired, but maybe a little sugar will help. Could continue the book. It's starting to get good. I'll continue it in just 1 second. I just needed to take a quick snack break. Trying to keep the blood flowing so I can stay awake. I guess I'll have to do the recording for the video tomorrow. The blue Sour Patch Kids are good. I will give them that. Although I like all Sour Patch Kids. Alright. Um 12. It's got me! I screamed and pushed me as it pushed me to the ground, and I jumped on my chest. Help! It's licking my face! I was so startled it took me a long time to realize my attacker was a dog. By the time my mom and dad came to my rescue and I started to pull the big creature off my chest, I was laughing. Hey, that tickles. Stop. I wiped the dog's spit off my face, ew, with my hands and scrambled to my feet. Where'd you come from? Mom asked the dog. She and Dad were holding on to the enormous beast. They both let go, and it stood wagging its tail, excitedly panting, its big red tongue hanging down practically to the ground. He's enormous, the dog claimed. Is it Clifford, the big red dog? He must be part shepherd. I was still wiping his sticky saliva off my cheeks. He scared me to death, I confessed. Didn't you, fella? I reached down and stroked the dark gray fur on the top of his head. His long tail started wagging faster. He likes you, Mom said. He practically killed me, I exclaimed. Look at him. He must weigh more than 100 pounds. Were you the one who scratching at our door last night? Emily appeared in the doorway. Still in the long t-shirt she used as a nightshirt. I think this clears up the mystery, she said to me, yawning sleepily and pulling her blonde hair behind her shoulders with both hands. I guess, I muttered. I got down on my knees beside the big dog and stroked his back. He turned his head and licked my cheek again. Yuck. Quit that, I told him. I wonder who he belongs to, Mom said, staring at the dog thoughtfully. Grady, check his collar. There's probably an ID tag. I reached up to the dog's broad neck and felt around in his fur for a collar. Nothing there, I reported. Maybe he's a stray, Emily said from inside the kitchen. Maybe that's why he was scratching at the door last night. Yeah, I said quickly. He needs a place to live. Whoa, Mom said, shaking her head. I don't think we need a dog right now, Grady. We just moved in, and But I need a pet, I insisted. It's so lonely here. A dog would be great, Mom. He could keep me company. You have the deer for pets, Dad said. Ugh. Frowning, he turned to the deer pen. The 6 deer were all standing quietly in attention, staring warily at the dog. You can't walk a deer, I protested. Besides, you're going to set the deer free, right? The dog probably belongs to someone, Mom said. You can't just claim any dog that wanders in. Besides, he's so big, Grady. He's too big to. Oh, let him keep it, Emily called from the house. I stared at her in shock. I couldn't remember the last time Emily had been on the same side. Emily and I had been on the same side of a family argument. The discussion continued for several minutes more. Everyone agreed that he seemed like a sweet-tempered, gentle dog, despite his huge size, and he certainly was affectionate. I couldn't make him stop licking me. Glancing up, I saw Will come out of his house and head across the back lawns toward us. He was wearing a sleeveless blue t-shirt and blue lycra bicycle shorts. Hi, look what we found, I called. I introduced Will to my mom and dad. Emily had disappeared back to her room to get dressed. Have you seen this dog before? Dad asked Will. Does he belong to someone in the neighborhood? Will shook his head. Nope, never seen him. He cautiously petted the dog's head. Where'd you come from, fella? I asked, staring into the creature's eyes. They were blue, sky blue. He looks more like a wolf than a dog, Will said. Yeah, he really does, I agreed. Was that you howling like a wolf last night? I asked the dog. He tried to lick my nose, but I pushed my face back in time. I glanced up at Will. Did you hear those howls last night? They were really weird. No, I didn't hear anything, Will replied. I'm a very sound sleeper. My dad comes into my room and shouts through a megaphone to wake me up in the morning. Really? We all laughed. He really does look like a wolf, Mom commented, staring at the dog's blue eyes. Wolves are skinnier, Dad remarked. Their snouts are narrower. He could be part wolf, I suppose, but it's not very likely in this geographical area. Let's call him Wolf, I suggested enthusiastically. It's the perfect name for him. I climbed to my feet. Hi, Wolf, I called to the dog. Wolf! Hi, Wolf! His ears perked straight up. See, he likes the name, I exclaimed. Wolf! Wolf! He barked at me. A single yip. Can I keep him? I asked. Mom and Dad exchanged long glances. We'll see, Mom said. On the show, I believe they named him Bandit. Didn't they? Or what did they name him on the show? Emily's a lot nicer in the book than in the episode. Oh, for sure. Just a lot more likable in general. That afternoon, Will and I headed to the swamp to do some exploring. My nightmares about the swamp lingered in my mind, but I did my best to force them away. It was a blazing hot day. The sun burned down into a clear, cloudless sky. As we crossed my backyard, I hoped it would be cooler in the leafy shade of the swamp. I glanced back at Wolf. He was napping in the hot sunlight, lying on his side, his 4 legs stretched straight out in front of him. His 4 legs stretched straight out in front of him. All 4 of them? Was he like... How are all of his legs stretched out in front of him? I have questions. We had fed him before lunch some leftover roast beef scraps from our dinner the night before. He gobbled it up hungrily. Then, after slurping up an entire bowl of water, he dropped down in the grass in front of the back stoop to take his nap. Will and I followed the dirt path into the slanting trees, black and orange monarch butterflies. 4 or 5 of them fluttered over a bank of tall wildflowers. Hey, I cried out as my foot sank into a marshy spot in the dirt. When I pulled my sneaker out, it was covered with wet sand. Have you seen the bog? Will asked. It's kind of neat. Yeah, let's go there, I said enthusiastically. We can throw sticks in and stuff and watch them sink. Do you think any people ever got sunk in the bog? Will asked thoughtfully. He brushed a mosquito off his broad forehead, then scratched his short, dark brown hair. Maybe. That was like a psychosomatic. I felt itchy all of a sudden. Maybe, I replied, following him as he turned off the path and headed through a wide patch of tall reeds. Do you think it would really suck you down into it like quicksand? My dad says there's no such thing as quicksand, Will asked. I bet there is, I told him. I bet people have fallen into the bog accidentally and gotten sucked down. If we brought a fishing rod, we could cast a line and pull up their bones. Gross, he said. Agreed. I agree with Will. It is gross. We were walking over a carpet of dead brown leaves. Our sneakers crunched noisily as we made our way under tangled palm trees toward the bog. Suddenly, Will stopped. Shh. He raised a finger to his lips. I heard it too. Crunching behind us. Footsteps. We both froze in place, listening hard. The footsteps drew closer. Will's dark eyes narrowed in fear. Someone's following us, he murmured. It's the swamp hermit. Oh my god. The swamp hermit, not the swamp hermit. Dearly departed, thank you for the 99 cents. Thank you for the 20 concurrents. Drink some coffee. I know, right? I need some sugar or something. Good night, Karasu. People forget how big wolves are. Wolves are huge, yeah. They named the dog Vandal. That's right. They named the dog Vandal. I mean, my dog Vandal as well. I remember making a comment about, like, we called him Vandal because he broke into the house. I'm like, yeah, but he didn't, like, tag your house. So technically, he didn't vandalize anything. Spider in your bathtub, huh? What kind of spider? I mean, technically, all dogs come from wolves, but huskies, the huskies retain a lot of the wolf-like features, but they're much smaller. What a stupid name. I don't think wolf is a stupid name for him. I think that's cute. Mm. Okay. I'm hoping the sugar will help me out a little bit. What are your thoughts on the new Goosebumps show coming out soon on Disney Plus? I'm excited. I can't really judge it until I've seen it, but I'll definitely cover it. I am cautiously optimistic. Alrighty then. Chapter 13. Quick, hide, I cried. Will dived behind a thick clump of well, thick clump of tall weeds. I tried to follow him, but there wasn't room for both of us. Crawling on my hands and knees, I searched frantically for something to hide behind. The crackling of dead leaves became louder. The footsteps hurried closer. I scrambled toward a nest of brambles. No, they weren't. They wouldn't hide me. A clump of ferns across from me was too low. The footsteps crackled closer. Closer. Hide! Hide! Will urged. But I was trapped out in the open, caught. I struggled up to my feet just as our pursuer came into view. Wolf! I cried. The big dog's tail began wagging furiously as soon as he saw me. He uttered a joyful bark and jumped. No, I managed to cry. His front paws landed hard on my chest. I stumbled backwards into the tall weeds and fell onto Will. Hey, he cried out and scrambled to his feet. Wolf barked happily and practically smothered me, trying to lick my face. Wolf, down! Down! I shouted. I stood up and started brushing dead leaves off my t-shirt. Wolf, you've got to stop doing that, boy, I told him. You're not a little puppy, you know. How did he find us? Will asked, pulling a burr off the seat of his blue lycra shorts. Good nose, I guess, I replied, staring down at the happily panting dog. Maybe he's part hunting dog or something. Let's get to the bog, Will said impatiently. He began leading the way, but Wolf pushed past him, nearly bumping him over, and continued trotting toward the bog, his powerful legs taking long, steady strides. Wolf acts as if he knows where we're going, I said, a little surprised. Maybe he's been here before, Will replied. Maybe he's a swamp dog. The Swamp Dogs. That's the name of like a 90s band. Maybe, I replied thoughtfully, staring down at Wolf. Where do you come from, dog? Where do you come from, dog? Where do you come from, dog? I wondered. He certainly did seem at home in the swamp. In a short while, we came to the edge of the peat bog. I wiped the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand and stared across the oval-shaped pond. Shafts of sunlight made the green surface sparkle. Thousands of tiny white insects fluttered just above it, catching the light, glistening like little diamonds. Will picked up a small tree branch. He cracked it in half between his hands, then he heaved one of the halves high into the air. It hit the surface of the bog with more of a thunk than a splash, and then it just lay there and didn't sink. Weird, I said. Let's try something heavier. A growl caught my attention. I turned toward the sound. To my surprise, it was coming from Wolf. The dog lowered its big head. Its entire body stood tensed as if in an attacking position. Its dark lips were pulled back, revealing two sharp rows of teeth. It uttered a low growl and then another. I think he senses danger, Will said softly. I'm in danger. I hope they redo some of the stories. Ooh, what do you want to see redone? I would very much like and hope to see I would expect to see a trailer this summer, considering that they're probably going to release them around October, I would imagine, right? When will it come out? I've heard nothing about it since the announcement. I have no idea when it's coming out. I just assumed they would shoot for October. Given the Halloween vibes, I thought Grady would fall into the bog. No, at least not yet. I don't mean to sound excited for Grady to fall into the bog, but trying not to chew directly into the microphone is not really working out. Sorry. Hello, guys, just coming in. We're reading The Werewolf of Fever Swamp. Okay. Yep, this is book 14 in the Goosebumps series. If you'd like to go back and see the VODs of us reading the previous 13 books, and also around the holidays we read 12 Screams of Christmas from Goosebumps Most Wanted, and then, which was a good one, I enjoyed that, and then also Slappy New Year from Goosebumps Horrorland. You can find all that on the Goosebumps Live playlist. Thank you to everybody who liked and who is here. All the interaction you give this stream helps it get pushed out to more people by the algorithm. So yay! Chapter 14. Wolf uttered another menacing growl, baring his jagged teeth. The fur on his back stood up stiffly, his legs tensed as if preparing to attack. The sound of crackling twigs made me raise my eyes. I saw a gray figure darting behind tall weeds onto the other side of the bog. Who's that? Will whispered. I stared straight ahead, unable to speak. Is that... Will started. Yes, I managed to choke out. It's him, the swamp hermit. I dropped quickly to my knees, hoping to keep out of view. But had he already seen us? Had he been there at the other side of the bog all along? Will must have been sharing my thoughts. Has that weirdo been spying on us? He demanded, huddling beside me. Wolf uttered a quiet growl, still frozen in place, ready to attack. Keeping low, I scooted closer to the dog for protection, I guess. I watched the strange man as he made his way through the weeds. His long, gray-white hair was wild, standing straight out around his face. He kept glancing behind him as he walked, as if making sure he wasn't being followed. He carried a brown sack over one shoulder, down. He turned to his gaze in our direction. I dropped down lower, trying to hide behind Wolf, my heart pounding. Wolf hadn't moved, but he was silent now. His ears were still pulled back, his lips still open in a soundless snarl. What were those dark stains on the front of the swamp hermit's grimy shirt? Bloodstains? A shiver of fear ran down my back. Wolf stared straight ahead without blinking, without moving a muscle. The swamp hermit disappeared behind the tall weeds. We couldn't see him, but we could still hear his footsteps crunching over dead leaves and fallen twigs. I glanced over at Wolf. The big dog shook himself as if shaking the swamp hermit from his mind. His tail wagged slowly. His body relaxed. He uttered soft whimpers as if telling me how scared he had been. Oh. It's okay, boy, I said quietly and rubbed the soft fur on top of the dog's head. He stopped whimpering and licked at my wrist. That guy is creepy, Will exclaimed, climbing slowly to his feet. He even scared the dog, I said, petting Wolf some more. What do you think the head what do you think he had in the sack? Probably someone's head, Will said, his dark eyes wide with horror. I laughed, but I stopped when I saw that Will wasn't joking. Everyone says he's a harmless. Everyone says he's harmless, I said. He had blood all over the front of his shirt, Will said with a shudder. He scratched his short, dark hair nervously. Whew. The sunlight faded quickly as clouds rolled over the sun. Long shadows crept forward over the bog. The stick Will had thrown had disappeared, sucked into the thick, murky water. Let's get home, I suggested. Yeah, okay, Will agreed quickly. I called to Wolf, who was exploring the tall weeds. There we turned and started to make our way back along the twisting dirt path. A soft breeze fluttered in the trees, making the palm leaves scrape and clatter. Tall ferns shivered in the wind, and shadows grew deeper and darker. Okay, we're just about at the halfway point. Almost exactly. I could hear Wolf behind us. I could hear his body brushing through low shrubs and weeds. We were nearly where the trees ended and the flat grass leading to our backyards began. We were nearly out of the swamp when Will stopped suddenly. I saw his mouth drop open in horror. I turned to follow his gaze. Then I uttered a shocked cry and covered my eyes to shut out the gruesome sight. Ooh, okay. Where trees? The dad truly is just bad at all the things he's supposed to be doing. The were swamp. It's just funny because where means man, so every time we say where, whatever, we're just saying like man insert thing. Hmm. All right. Let's see. Hi, Zikamo. It's Cycle of the Werewolf by Stephen King. We were talking about that at the top of the stream. I have not read it, but I've been told by people in stream that it is good. Chapter 15. When I opened my eyes, the hideous pile of feathers and blood-covered flesh was still at my feet. What is it? Will stammered. It took me a long while to realize we were staring at a bird, a large heron. It was hard to recognize because it had been torn apart. Long white feathers were scattered over the soft ground. The poor bird's chest had been torn wide open. The swamp hermit, Will cried. Huh? I cried. I turned away from the hideous sight and tried to force the image out from my mind. That's why he had blood all over his shirt, Will declared. But why would he rip a bird apart? I asked weakly. Because he's a monster, Will exclaimed. He's just a weird old guy who lives alone in the swamp. I said, he didn't do this, Will. Some kind of animal did it. Look. I pointed to the ground. There were paw prints in the soft ground around the dead bird. They look like a dog's paws, I said, thinking out loud. Dogs don't rip apart birds, Will replied quietly. Yes they do. They absolutely do. What kind of dogs have you had in your life, Will? At that moment, Wolf came bounding up through the weeds. He came to a stop in front of the dead bird and started to sniff it. Get away from there, Wolf, I ordered. Come on, get away. I tugged him back, pulling him with both hands around his thick neck. Let's go home, Will said. Let's get away from this thing. I'm going to have bad dreams. I really will. I pulled Wolf with both hands. We stepped carefully around the dead heron and then hurried toward the swamp edge. Neither of us said a word. I guess we were both still picturing what we had seen. As we reached the flat grass behind our houses, I said goodbye to Will. I watched him hurry to his house. Wolf scampered after him for part of the way. Then he turned and hurried back to me. The late afternoon sun burned its way through the clouds. I shielded my eyes from the sudden brightness and saw my dad working in the deer pen behind the house. Hey, Dad, I ran toward him over the grass. He glanced up when I called to him. He was wearing a denim cutoffs and a sleeveless yellow t-shirt. He had an Orlando Magic cap pulled down over his forehead. What's up, Grady? Will and we saw a dead heron, I told him breathlessly. Where, in the swamp? He asked casually. He pulled off the cap, wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, and replaced the cap. Dad, it was torn apart, I cried. He didn't react. That's part of life in the wild, he said. Kids need to know about dead animals. Builds character. I'm a good dad from 1993. He said, pulling up one of the deer's hooves to examine the bottom. You know that, Grady. It can get pretty violent out there. We've talked about survival of the fittest and stuff like that. No, Dad. This is different, I insisted. The heron. It was ripped in two. I mean, like someone took it and another bird, maybe, Dad said, concentrating on the deer hoof. A larger bird of prey. It could have been. We saw the swamp hermit, I interrupted. He had blood all over his shirt. Then we saw paw prints in the ground all around the dead bird. Grady, calm down, Dad said, setting down the deer's leg. If you go exploring in the swamp, you're going to see a lot of frightening looking things. But don't let your imagination run away with you. Will said it was done by a monster, I exclaimed. Dad frowned and scratched his head through his cap. I see your new friend has a good imagination, too, he said quietly. That night, I was glad my parents agreed to let Wolf sleep in my room. I felt a lot safer with the big dog curled up on the rug beside my bed. Oh, I hadn't been able to shake the ugly picture of the dead heron from my mind. I watched some TV until dinner time. Then, after the dinner, I played a long chess game with Emily. But no matter what I did, I kept seeing the white feathers scattered over the ground, the torn apart bird lying crumpled on the path. So now I felt a little comforted with Wolf sleeping. Wolf sleeping in the room. You'll protect me, won't you, boy? I whispered from my bed. He uttered a low snort. Light from the full moon spilled over him through the window, I saw that he was sleeping with his head resting on two front paws. On his two front paws. Those are his hands. I'd like to correct you on behalf of my mother, who absolutely would correct you if she was here. Then I drifted into a dreamless sleep. I don't know how long I slept. I was awakened sometime later by a horrifying crash. I sat straight up with a startled gasp. The crash had come from the living room. I realized someone was breaking in. Ah. Mm. Hello, Zikamo. Wish I had some Mountain Dew right now. My brother loves Mountain Dew. All dogs come from wolves and from alien ghosts made to integrate with wolves via their android best buds. Can't forget that. LOL. I said LOL like out loud. Gross. I'm so sorry for everything I've ever done. Well, it is based on Cycle the Werewolf. Cool. It's varied. Afraid. Okay. I was like, wait, what does being ferried mean? Am I not up on some new lingo? Gary Busey plays crazy Uncle Red, and it's a great performance. Nice. I like. You always get interesting performances from Gary Busey. That's for damn sure. Once saw a dead bird in my neighbor's backyard, and he has a dog. You ever seen a bird skeleton? Ugh. Was the swamp hermit did kill the bird? It could have been for multiple reasons. Yeah. We've talked about ginger snaps earlier too. When I was little in our old house, we woke up to our alarm system going off and somebody had tried to force our back door open. And when they heard our alarm system, they ran. So it's been a lifelong fear of mine too, pizza. Yeah, there's tons of things in the swamp that could have killed it. It is quite literally a swamp. Hmm. Oh, is that true about Jurassic Park? That's interesting. Hmm. I'm looking at the amount of Goosebumps books on the shelf, and I'm realizing how like a huge what a chunk of them we've read. last time I guess we were talking about ghosts, weren't we? The cartoon pizza, I did a video on one of the episodes of Archie's Weird Mysteries. I need to do more. I should see if I can get away with streaming it since it's not a particularly, it's sort of a semi-abandoned cartoon. As the whole turns. What a cursed Jurassic Park fact. I was so scared of Liberty's Kids. Although that intro slapped so hard. Yep, Austin, Goosebumps will do that to you. Part of the reason why we love being in the fandom. Alright. Chapter 16. Was it a burglar? I climbed out of bed, my heart pounding, and crept to the door. Another crash. A loud thump. Footsteps. Who is it? I cried. My voice came out in a choked whisper. Keeping against the wall, I made my... Don't call out to the potential burglar. Keeping against the wall, I made my way slowly toward the living room. Who's there? I shouted. Mom and Dad and Emily met me in the dark hallway. Even in the darkness, I could see the fear and confusion on their faces. I was the first to the living room. Pale yellow light from the full moon washed across the room. Hey, I called out. Wolf leapt against the big front window. His shoulders made a loud thud against the glass. Wolf, stop, I cried. In the pale light, I saw what had caused the loud crash. Wolf had knocked over the table and a lamp that stood in front of the window. He's trying to get outside, I stammered. I felt Dad's hand on the shoulder of my pajama shirt. What a mess he's made, he murmured. Wolf, stop, I called again. The big dog turned, breathing hard. His eyes glowed red in the moonlight through the window. Why is he so desperate to get out? Emily demanded. We can't have him in the house if he does this every night, Mom said, her voice hoarse from sleep. The big dog lowered his head and let out an excited growl. His tail stood straight up behind him. Open the front door, let him out, Mom said, before he wrecks the whole house. Dad hurried across the room and pulled open the door. Wolf didn't hesitate for a second. He bounded to the door and burst out. I ran to the window to watch him, but the big dog disappeared around the side of the house, running toward the backyard. He's heading to the swamp, I guessed. He tried to break right through the window, Mom said. Emily clicked on a lamp. He's so strong, he probably could have broken the window, she said quietly. Dad closed the front door. He yawned. Then he turned his gaze on me. You know what that means, don't you, Grady? I was still staring out at the full moon. No, what? Wolf will have to stay outdoors from now on, Dad said. He stopped and began picking up pieces of the broken lamp. But, Dad, I started to protest. He's too big and too restless to stay in the house, Dad continued. He handed the lamp pieces to Emily. Well, you could just train the dog. Then he pulled the table right side up and returned it to the place in front of the window. Wolf didn't mean to break the lamp, I argued weakly. He'll break everything we have, Mom said quietly. He's just too big, Dad added. He'll have to stay outside, Grady. Why did he want out so desperately, Emily demanded. He's probably used to being outside, Dad told her. He'll be happier out there, he said, turning to me. Yeah, maybe, I replied glumly, like having Wolf sleep beside me in my bedroom. I liked having Wolf sleep beside me in my bedroom, but I knew there was no way I could convince my parents to give the dog a second chance. Their minds were made up. At least they were letting me keep Wolf. I pulled the vacuum cleaner out of the closet and plugged it in. Dad took the nozzle and began vacuuming up the tiny pieces of glass from the carpet. That crazy dog, I thought, shaking my head unhappily. What is his problem, anyway? When Dad finished, I carried the vacuum cleaner back to the closet. Now maybe we can all sleep in peace, Mom said, yawning. She was wrong. Hi, Hannah. It wouldn't be a good story if they trained the dog. The Howling, huh? The Howling has 7 sequels of varying degrees of awful. Yes, movie noises are made from interesting things. Welcome back, Patrick. Seven tries and fails to connect all of them. Interesting. What's up? We're reading The Werewolf of Fever Swamp and chit-chatting about werewolves and other bad B horror movies. Oh, hey, you guys know Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey? So I think I've talked about this the other night. I can't really remember, but it's on streaming. It's $10. I don't know if I want to give the makers of the movie $10. Um but I do know that I want to cover the movie eventually. So I don't know. What should I do in that one? What's the community think about that one? Paris did it better than the original. It was more interesting. Through the Howling's catalog, lol. I'm sorry, I'm so tired, I have to go. No, that's okay, Patrick. I am also tired, and I would go if I wasn't hosting the entire stream. I'm going to go to sleep as soon as I get off. Well, and are able to brush my teeth and all that good stuff, you know. I have heard of Velocipaster, yes, indeed. She's got some Preglers. Copy. I will have to look up those reviews. They sound great. Hello, people just coming in. We are reading The Werewolf of Fever Swamp. Feel free to, I invite you to click the like button and help other people in the Goosebumps fandom find this stream. And if you're finding this channel for the first time, hello. My name is Avery, and I cover nostalgic, obscure, otherwise strange content here on this channel. So please consider subscribing if that's something you're interested in. I'm trying to be a better YouTuber and remind you to do all the YouTubey things. Yes, thank you, Sidious, for the recommendations. All right, chapter 17. I heard the frightening howls again a short while later. At first, I thought I was dreaming then. But when I opened my eyes and gazed around my dark bedroom, the howls continued. Still half asleep, I gripped the covers with both hands and pulled them to my chin. The howls sounded so close, as if they were right outside my window. They didn't seem like the cries of an animal. They were too angry, too deliberate, too human. Stop trying to frighten yourself, I thought. It's a wolf. It has to be some kind of swamp wolf. In the back of my mind, I knew it might be wolf making those frightening sounds, but I kept pushing the thought away. Why would the dog howl like that? Dogs bark. They don't howl unless they're very sad or upset. I mean, I guess it depends on the breed of dog, doesn't it? I shut my eyes, wishing the frightening wails away. Suddenly, they stopped. Silence. Then I heard rapid thumps on the ground. Footsteps. Some kind of struggle. I heard a short, terrifying cry. It cut off almost as soon as it began. It's right in back of the house, I realized. Wide awake now, I jumped out of bed, dragged the covers with me. I stumbled to the bedroom window and grabbed the windowsill. The full moon had risen high in the night sky. The backyard stretched out silvery in the moonlight, the dewy grass shimmering in the bright light. Pressing my forehead against the window pane, I peered out toward the dark swamp. I uttered a near silent gasp when I saw the shadowy creatures running along toward the trees. A large creature running on all fours. It was only a black outline fading into the darkness, but I could see how big it was, and I could see how fast it was running, and I heard its howls. Triumphant howls, I thought. It was Wolf? Is it Wolf? I wondered. I peered out the window without moving, even though the darkness had swallowed the creature up. I could see only the outline of distant trees. But I could still hear the howls rising and falling on the heavy night air. Is it Wolf? It can't be Wolf, can it? I lowered my gaze, my breath caught in my throat. I saw something in the middle of the backyard, a few feet from the deer pen. At first, I thought it was a pile of rags. My hands trembled as I pulled open the window. I had to get a better look. I had to see what that was in the backyard. I pulled up my pajama bottoms, then gripped the windowsill. I lowered myself out the window onto the grass. The wet grass felt cold under my bare feet. I turned to the deer pen. The 6 swamp deer were standing tensely huddled together against the house. The dark eyes followed me as I began to creep across the grass. What is that thing? I wondered, staring into the silver light. Is it just a pile of old rags? No, what is it? Uh-oh, I think I remember what it is. Trigger warning. I think I saw a reaction video on the episode and maybe one of the scariest episodes. Yeah, I did a video about the episode a while back, and it is still to this day something that genuinely creeps me out. I don't like it. R.I.P. deer. I don't think it's a deer. And he's not sure that there's a werewolf outside yet, and he's 12, and 12-year-olds are stupid. I love kids, but kids aren't really known for making good decisions. I haven't seen the Harriet the Spy movies in a long time. You remember the remake with Jennifer Stone from Wizards of Waverly Place? And Santa Girl, of course. Can't forget Santa Girl. Dogs howl on instinct because it's a communication method for wolves. Yep. How many full moons are there? So full moons last for 3 days? Depending on, it could be a whole month later, or it could just be over the course of 3 days. I don't know if either of those things are true based on what's been said in the book, but I forget. Where dinos? What's this one about? A kid has had to move to Florida because of his weird parent scientific project. To not rehabilitate, but to relocate swamp deer into a Florida swamp. And while there, he realizes that there's talk of a creepy monster in the swamp. I'm so tired tonight. I'm so sorry. Yeah, and apparently the swamp gives everybody this horrible fever, which he has had. And surprise, surprise, he's gonna find a werewolf eventually, but he hasn't yet. The longer I look at this revamped cover, the more I appreciate it. Nothing against the original cover, But some of the cover redesigns are really good, and I really like this one. I don't know if that's like wholeheartedly unpopular enough to get me kicked out of the fandom, but I don't care. Look at the purples and yellows. It's just the way it all looks very backlit. I like it quite a lot. I like the amount of the space the cover gives the werewolf. I like the way the writing is directly over the werewolf. I just like the whole thing. It's got almost like a Pulp Fiction type vibe going on. Run while you can. We're all mad here. Yeah. What's it about? Darth Sidious is much more concise than me by just saying a werewolf in a swamp, Hannah. Yes, this one is a little bit of a slow burn. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, Hannah. The colors pop so well. I know a lot of people act like the redesigns are all so horrible, but I disagree. You know, a lot of them really hold their own. Some of them, obviously, I don't like as much as the original designs, but some of them I like even more. I think this might be one of those. Nothing against the original design. I like the original design, but I really just like this one a little bit better. I think. Yeah, the Haunted Mask redesign wasn't great. This is a great cover. Yeah. I read a plot for the book, and some of the stuff makes much more sense. Cool. A kid moves to Florida. Ah! I didn't get to the scary part yet. That's scary enough. Yeah, I definitely think I prefer. Again, both are good covers, but I definitely think I prefer this cover to the original. Sorry, I guess that's my hot take. Okay, let's just keep on keeping on. I will always be thankful to R.L. Stine. Thank you, R.L. Stine, for writing books with short chapters. You have no idea. We're getting close. We've only got about 50 pages left. So we're like almost 2/3 of the way there. Really cool. Oh, yes, thank you for saying that. I still need to read Kingdom Keepers. I'm not sure when, but we definitely have to start that series on the channel. Love that book series. My bare feet felt. This is chapter 18, by the way. My bare feet felt cold and wet as I made my way slowly across the dew covered grass. The night air was heavy and still as death. When I came close enough to see what was lying in a heap on the grass, I uttered a faint cry and started to gag. Trigger warning. Animal death. I pressed a hand against my mouth and swallowed hard. I realized I was staring down at a rabbit. Its small black eyes were frozen open in terror. One of its ears had been pulled off. The rabbit had been ripped open and nearly torn in half. I forced myself to look away. My stomach still heaving, I hurried back over to the wet grass to open the window and scramble back in. As I struggled to pull the window shut, the howls rang out again in rising triumphantly from the nearby swamp. Ow! There's the shadow. I'm like, what's exactly? Oh, I know what it is. I'm like, what's casting that shadow on my ceiling? It's the Loki pop final. Hey, Loki. Love you, bro. Love you, man. Love you, dude. After breakfast the next morning, I led Dad out to the backyard to show him the murdered rabbit. It was a bright, hot day, and red sun climbed at a pale, clear sky. As soon as we stepped off the back stoop, Wolf appeared from around the side of the house. His tail began wagging furiously. He came running excitedly to greet me as if he hadn't seen me in 10 years, leaping out onto my chest, nearly knocking me over. Dogs are great like that. Cats are just like, sup, bitches. Down, Wolf, down, I cried, laughing as the dog stretched to lick my face. Your dog is a killer, a voice said behind me. I turned to see that Emily had followed us. She was wearing a red t-shirt over white tennis shorts. She had her arms crossed in front of her and she was glaring disapprovingly at Wolf. Look what he did to that poor bunny rabbit, she said, shaking her head. It's his natural instinct, Emily. Calm down. I mean, it's very sad for the bunny, but it's not like he was like... It's not like a Machiavellian murder plot. It's just... Plus, we don't even know. You might be framing Wolf. She had her arms crossed in front of her, and she was glaring disapprovingly at Wolf. Shaking her head. Whoa, hold on, I replied, petting Wolf's gray fur. Who said Wolf did this? Who else would have done it? Emily demanded. He's a killer. Oh, yeah? Look how gentle he is, I insisted. I put my wrist in Wolf's mouth. He clamped down gently on it, being careful not to hurt me. Wolf may be a bit of a hunter, Dad said thoughtfully. He had been staring down at the rabbit, but now he turned his glance to the deer pen. Huddled together at one end of the pen, the deer were all staring warily at Wolf. They had their heads lowered cautiously as they followed the dog's every move. I'm glad they're safe inside that pen, Dad said softly. Dad, you have to get rid of this dog, Emily said shrilly. No way, I cried. Hi, Perry. Hello. Are you going to come read with us, Perry? Come on. Come say hi then. You can come up here. Or not. Okay. If you see the curtain moving, it's Perry. Doing Perry things. Come on. No. Okay, bye, Perry. She doesn't know where she wants to go. Oh, there you are. Hello. Hello. Hello, Perry. No way, I cried, turning angrily to my sister. You have no proof that Wolf did anything wrong, I shouted. You can't step there. You can be here, but you cannot step on the desk because when you step on the desk, you step on the computer, and when you step on the computer, things break. Everybody's saying hi, Perry. Say hello. You have no proof that Wolf did anything wrong, I shouted. No proof at all. You have no proof that he didn't do it, Emily replied nastily. Well, that's not really how that works, Emily, but thank you. Of course he didn't, I cried, feeling myself lose control. Didn't you hear the howls last night? Didn't you hear those frightening howls? It wasn't a dog howling like that. Dogs don't howl like that. Then what was it? Emily demanded. Hi, Perry. Yes, I see you. We all appreciate you. There's no evidence, Emily. He's innocent until proven guilty. I heard them too, Dad said, stepping between us. They sound more like wolf howls or maybe a coyote. See, I told Emily. But I'd be very surprised to find a wolf or coyote in this area, Dad continued. But you heard them, so sure, be surprised. Dad continued, gazing out toward the swamp. Emily still had her arms crossed tightly over... No, Perry. Her chest. She gazed down at Wolf and shuddered. He's dangerous, Dad. You really have to get rid of him. Dad walked over and patted Wolf's head. He scratched Wolf under the chin. Wolf licked Dad's hand. Let's just be careful around him, Dad said. He seems very gentle, but we don't really know anything about him, do we? So let's be very careful, okay? I'm going to be careful, Emily replied. narrowing her eyes at Wolf. I'm going to stay away from that, as far away from that monster as I can. She turned and stormed back to the house. Dad made his way to the shed to get a shovel and a box for carrying away the dead rabbit. I dropped to my knees and hugged Wolf's broad neck. You aren't a monster, are you, boy? I asked. Emily is crazy, isn't she? You're not a monster. That wasn't you I saw running toward the swamp last night, was it? Wolf raised his deep blue eyes to mine. He stared hard at me. He seemed to be trying to tell me something, but I had no idea what it could be. Hi, Perry. Yes, Perry. I see you and I appreciate you, and you're valid and special, and we all love you, Perry. All right. Oh no, another pet. Soul Juice Studios. Is my hair wet? No, it's just kind of tangled right now. I'm just having a bad hair day. It's not wet though. It's just bad. Thank you, Hannah. I was telling them at the top of the stream that my mom just gave me this bookmark, so I was excited to get to do it. You're good. My hair does not look great tonight. It's totally fine. I need to do something to it. But not tonight because I don't have the energy tonight. Clean up the cat. I have not. The Werepanther? No, I have not read that. It's called Werewolf of Fever Swamp. Get with the program, main character. I need proof that something did not happen, and there is no evidence it did, so now do it backwards, please. That's not how the justice system works, Emily. Perry. Perry, don't bite the microphone cover. Best non-Lycanware you come across? Is a monster or is a character? Both, I guess. You can do one and then the other. How much book is left? Let's see. Not much. About 40 something pages. Getting there. I was kind of hoping it was actually going to be less than that, but you know. We're more than halfway through at this point. We're probably like a little more than, well, no, we're about 2/3 of the way through. I'm gonna try to be done within an hour. Feel free to go to bed and come back later. You know, I never thought about it, but I guess the Shaggy Dog is a were movie. Thank you. I've been trying to keep a decent pace. Hmm. Chat, someone catch Soul Juice Studios up. No worries, Texas. Thank you for hanging out with us. Feel free to go to bed. Yeah, someone catch Soul Juice Studios up while I read the next chapter. That night, I didn't hear the howls. I woke up in the middle of the night and stared out the window. Wolf was gone, probably exploring the swamp. In the morning, I knew he'd come running back to greet me, as if I were a long-lost friend. The next morning, Will showed up just as I was giving Wolf his breakfast, a big bowl of crunchy dry dog food. "Hey, what's up?" Will asked, his usual greeting. "Nothing much," I said. I rolled up the top of the big bag of dog food and dragged it back into the kitchen. Wolf stood over his bowl, his head lowered, chewing noisily away. I pushed open the screen door and returned to Will. He was wearing a dark blue muscle shirt and black lycra bike shorts. He had green and yellow Forest Service cap pulled down over his dark hair. "Want to go exploring?" he asked, his hoarse voice watching Wolf hungrily gobble down his breakfast, in the swamp. "Yeah, sure," I said. I called inside to tell my parents where I was going. Then I followed Will across the back lawn toward the swamp. Wolf came scampering after us. He'd run past us, then let us catch up. Then he'd run in crazy zigzags in front of us, behind us, romping happily under the hot morning sun. "Did you hear about Mr. Warner?" Will asked. He stopped to pick up a long blade of grass and put it between his teeth. "Who?" "Ed Warner," Will replied. "I guess you haven't met the Warners yet. They live in the very last house." He turned and pointed behind us to the last white house at the end of the row of white houses. "What about him?" I asked, nearly tripping over Wolf, who had come rumbling past my feet. "He's missing," Will replied, chewing on the grass blade. "He didn't come home last night." "Huh. From where?" I asked, turning to stare at the Warner's house. Heat waves shimmered up from the grass, making the house appear to bend and quiver. "From the swamp," Will repeated darkly. "Mrs. Warner called my mom this morning. She said Mr. Warner went hunting yesterday afternoon." "He likes to hunt wild turkeys. He took me with him a couple times. He's real good at chasing them down. When he kills one, he hangs it feet up in his den wall." "Ugh." "He does?" I cried. It sounded pretty gross to me. Me too. "He does, yeah, like a trophy," Will continued. "Anyway, he went hunting in turkeys in the swamp yesterday afternoon. He hasn't come home." "Weird. Maybe he got hunted by a turkey?" "Weird," I said, watching Wolf stop at the edge of the trees. "Maybe he got lost." "No way," Will insisted, shaking his head. "Not Mr. Warner. He lived here a long time. He was the first one to move here. Mr. Warner wouldn't get lost." "Then maybe the werewolf got him," called a strange voice behind us. "A 6-foot turkey." Oh boy, chat's going fast. Hang on. Mr. Warner got eaten by... Maybe he got swallowed up by a sinkhole. I've read this one. I've done a video on the episode, but I don't remember reading this one. I don't think. Zoomies. Yes. Wolf was doing zoomies. Yep. Everyone was acting like we were at a sporting event, not a middle school dance recital. That's funny. His hoarse voice. Yeah, he sounds like BoJack Horseman. Place was packed. Aww. It was way too loud. Oh, I'm sorry, Texas. I hate that. Three-word summary. Dog, friend, dead bunny. That's 4 words. The hermit probably got him. Not the sinkhole. People are gonna come in randomly and just think we're making fun of people that actually get swallowed into sinkholes, and we're like, no, you don't understand. I was gonna say something. What was I gonna say? Being here, just being here. We're glad to have you here, Texas. Oh, God. All right, chapter 20. I'm trying to keep moving along. I'm probably going to get off and finally have a new wave of energy once I'm off stream. And I don't need the energy anymore. This. Is this an advertisement? This is an advertisement. Oh, survival land, Horrorland survival guide. Okay, anyway. Sorry, just goosebump things. Chapter 20. I heard my dog doing dog things outside. Outside the room. He's not like outside, just gallivanting, you know. Startled, we both spun around to see a girl about our age. She had rust-colored hair tied in a ponytail on one side. She had cat-like green eyes, a short stub of a nose, and freckles all over her face. She was wearing faded red denim jeans and a t-shirt with a grinning green alligator on the front. This character was just straight up cut from the show, from the episode. Probably just because it was not necessary. It was kind of redundant for him to have, for them to be that many, to be another kid friend, but you know. Cassie, what are you doing here? Will demanded. Following you, she replied, making a face at him. She turned to me. You're the new kid, Grady, right? Will told me about you. Hi, I said awkwardly. He told me a girl lived in the neighborhood, but he didn't tell me much about you. What's to tell? Will teased. I'm Cassie O'Rourke, she said. She shot up her hand and pulled the blade of grass from Will's mouth. Hey, he playfully tried to slug her. He playfully tried to slug her, but missed. What did you say about a werewolf? I asked. Don't start with that stuff again, Will grumbled to Cassie. It's so stupid. You're just afraid, Cassie accused. No, I'm not. Will's the one that's been telling ghost stories this whole time. It's too stupid. Will stepped into the shade of the trees in the swamp edge. A funnel cloud of white gnats whirred crazily in a shaft of lights between the trees. Now that I know what chat's told me about gnats in clusters, I don't like it. There's a werewolf in the swamp, Cassie said, lowering her voice as we ducked past the gnats and moved deeper into the shade. And I'm going to flap my wings and fly to Mars, Will said sarcastically. Shut up, Will, Cassie snapped. Grady doesn't think it's stupid, do you? I shrugged. I don't know, I said. I don't think I believe in werewolves. Will laughed. Cassie believes in the Easter Bunny, too, he said. Cassie socked him hard in the chest. Hey, Will cried out angrily as he staggered back. What's your problem? Mosquito, she said, pointing. A big one. I got him. Scowling, Will glanced down. I don't see any mosquito. Give me a break, Cassie. We made our way along the winding path. It had rained the day before. The ground was marshier than usual. We kept slipping in soft mud. Do you hear the howling sounds at night? I asked Cassie. That's the werewolf, she replied softly. Her green cat eyes burned into mine. I'm not kidding around, Grady. I'm serious. Those howls aren't human. Those howls come from a werewolf who has just killed. Those howls come from a werewolf who has just killed. Will snickered. You've got a good imagination, Cassie. I guess you watch a lot of scary movies on TV, huh? Real life is scarier than the movies, she said, lowering her voice to a whisper. That's kind of true, though. It's kind of a bar, Cassie. Ooh, stop, you're making me shake all over, Will exclaimed sarcastically. She didn't reply. She was still staring at me. We walked as we walked. You believe me, don't you? I don't know, I said. The bog came into view. The air became heavier, wetter. The tall weeds on the other side stood straight up. The bog gurgled quietly. Two big flies danced over the dark green surface. There's no such thing as werewolves, Cassie, Will muttered as searching for something to throw into the bog. He grinned at her. Unless maybe you're one. You're one. She rolled her eyes. Very funny. She made biting motions with her teeth as she were going to bite him. I heard a rustling sound across the oval-shaped bog. The tall weeds suddenly parted and Wolf appeared at the edge of the water. Shadow at the water's edge? Sorry. What does the werewolf look like? Will asked sarcastically. Does it have red hair and freckles? Cassie didn't reply. I turned to see a look of terror freeze on her face. Her green eyes grew wide and her freckles seemed to fade. There's the werewolf, she stammered in a choked whisper. She pointed. Feeling a chill of fear, I turned to see where she was pointing. To my horror, she was pointing right at Wolf. Poor Wolf just keeps getting blamed for stuff. Poor. He's the goodest boy. I just feel it in my non-werewolf bones. Chat. Whenever I look away from chat to read a little bit more, I never know what I'm going to see when I look back, you know? Werewolves can be the goodest boys, too. No werewolf discrimination. I think werewolves have a little too much free will to be kept as pets, but they're probably chill. What was I gonna say? I already forget. Everybody get ready for the fact that we're about to do another annual playthrough of Nancy Drew. Whoa, my voice just cracked. Another playthrough of Nancy Drew, also known as our Nancy Drew June. I'll have to think of some tier list goals because I want it to be a ongoing charity streaming event. Oh, look at that. In theaters 2015. Woo. I worked on the second one for a couple of days doing extra work. Wait, there's werewolf erotica in werewolf skin? There isn't werewolf erotica so far. Just a story about werewolf. Which charity's most likely? I haven't decided yet. I know I want to pick something that will benefit the LGBTQ community. I'm looking at a couple right now, but I haven't made a final decision. You guys all know something about werewolf skin that I don't. Now I'm more excited for the day we get to that book. Thousand book, The Werewolf of the Living Room. Werewolf's Free Will. I should. I don't think I have that one in my collection yet, but I should look for it. Right, chapter 21. No! I started to protest, but then I saw that I had misunderstood. Cassie wasn't pointing at a wolf. She was pointing to the figure moving through the tall weeds behind the dog, the swamp hermit. I saw him walking quickly behind the weeds, his shoulders bent, his mangy head bobbing with each step. Don't call people mangy. That feels rude. Erotica, but the lore. Thinking werewolves. As he moved into a small break in the weeds, I could see why he was leaning forward. He carried something over one shoulder, a bag of some sort. Wolf started to growl. The hermit stopped walking. It wasn't a bag slung over his shoulder. I saw it was a turkey, a wild turkey. A chilling thought burst into my mind. Had he taken it from Mr. Warner? Was Cassie right about the swamp hermit? Was he a werewolf? Had he done something horrible to Mr. Warner and claimed the wild turkey as his prize? I tried to dismiss, well, I mean, he doesn't have to be a werewolf to just be a crazy person, although he's so far innocent. We've really had no proof of him doing anything wrong, but, you know. He could just be a murderer, you know what I mean? I tried to dismiss the horrible thoughts. These horrible thoughts. They were crazy, impossible. But Cassie looked so frightened, staring across the gurgling green bog at the wild-eyed hermit and the howls at night. The howls had been so frightening, so human, and the dead animals I'd seen torn so brutally apart as if by a werewolf. Wolf uttered another warning growl. He stared at the hermit, his tail standing stiffly behind him, his fur rising up on his back. The hermit moved quickly. I saw his dark eyes flash just before he disappeared behind the weeds. "It's him!" Cassie cried, still pointing. "It's the werewolf!" "Cassie, shut up!" Will warned. "He'll hear you." I swallowed hard, frozen in place by my fear. I saw the weeds tremble across the bog. I heard rustling sounds growing closer. "Run!" Will cried, his hoarse voice shrill and frightened. "Come on, run!" Too late. The swamp hermit burst out of the weeds right behind us. "I'm the werewolf!" he shrieked. His eyes were wild, excited. His face, surrounded by his long, tangled hair, was bright red. "I'm the werewolf!" He had heard Cassie. Laughing at the top of his lungs, he tossed up both hands, then began to swing the turkey in a wide circle over his head. "I'm the werewolf!" he cried. Cassie, Will, and I all cried out at the same time. Then we started to run. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Wolf. He hadn't moved from his spot across the bog, but now, as I started to run, he came bounding toward us, barking excitedly. "I'm the werewolf!" the hermit shrieked. He howled with laughter, still swinging the turkey as he chased after us. "Leave us alone!" Cassie cried, running beside Will a few steps ahead of me. "Do you hear me? Leave us alone!" Her pleas made the hermit howl again. My shoes slipped in the muddy ground. I turned back. He was gaining on me, right behind me. Gasping for breath, I struggled to run faster. Sharp vines and heavy leaves slapped at my face and arms as I plunged forward. It was all a blur now, a blur of light and shade, trees and vines, tall weeds and sharp brambles. "I'm the werewolf! I'm the werewolf!" The crazed hermit's high-pitched wails of laughter echoed through the swamp. "Keep going, Grady," I urged myself. "Keep going." Then, with a terrified cry, I felt my feet slide out from under me. I fell face forward into the mud, landing hard on my hands and knees. He's got me, I realized. The werewolf has got me. This is like the third time in the book he's thought that, and I'm sure he's wrong this time, just like the other times. Hey, everybody, just coming in. Thank you for making this one of the most popular read streams we've done in a little while. I really appreciate you guys. Cat, a happy biscuit making werecat. Yes. I just scare them sometimes. I don't blame him. If I saw a bunch of kids following me, I'm tempted to scare them too. I mean, it's a saying in the South. We always say you can't swing a cat over your head without hitting a enter thing that there's a lot of. I would call werewolf skin plant zaddy too. Oh boy. Either that or he's insane. Yeah, that's always a possibility too. Weird giraffe. Weird giraffe just sounds so funny. Where toucan? Where manta? Yep, that's just a silky. A silky. Where narwhal? The possibilities are endless. Sexy werewolf lore needs to go on a t-shirt. Something in this book is a murderer. First a sinkhole and now this. Have you seen the episode, Darth? I have not. I don't think I've seen the werewolf skin episode, and I definitely haven't read the book before. But all that'll change eventually. Alright, it is almost midnight, guys. We are almost done with this book. Got about 25 pages left, so let's just keep going. I tried frantically. This is chapter 22, as you are hopefully being able to see on your screens. Or maybe you're just like listening to me while you do something else. In which case, you are equally appreciated because that is very helpful to this channel as well. Thank you. Oh, we have 22 likes and we're on chapter 22. I don't know. That feels serendipitous somehow. I tried frantically to scramble up from the mud, but I slipped again and tumbled forward with a splat. He's got me now, I thought. The werewolf has got me now. I cannot escape. My muscles all froze in panic. I struggled to crawl away. I turned back, expecting the hermit to grab me, but he had stopped several yards away. The turkey dangled to the ground as he stared down at me, a strange grin on his weathered face. Where is Wolf? I wondered. Wolf had been growling furiously at the swamp hermit. Why hadn't Wolf attacked? Help! Will! Cassie! I called desperately. Silence. They were gone. They were both probably out of the swamp by now, running for home. I was alone. Alone to face the hermit. I stumbled to my feet, my eyes locked on his. Why was he grinning at me like that? Go on, go! He murmured, gesturing with his free hand. Just teasing you. What? My voice came out tiny and... Well, the balance will be off until we get to chapter 23, so maybe it'll even be more serendipitous. What? My voice came out tiny and frightened. Go, I'm not going to bite you, he said. His grin faded. The light seemed to dim in his shiny black eyes. Wolf appeared behind him. The dog gazed up at the hermit, then lowered his eyes to the dead turkey. He barked once, a shrill yip, but I could see that the wolf had relaxed. He had no intention of attacking the hermit. This dog, yours? The hermit asked, eyeing the wolf warily. Yeah, I replied, still breathing hard. I found him. Watch out for him, the hermit said sharply. Then he turned and, hoisting the large bird on his shoulder, headed back into the weeds. Well, watch out for him, I stammered. What do you mean? But the hermit didn't reply. I could hear him brushing the tall weeds away as he disappeared. What do you mean? I called after him, but he was gone. The swamp was silent now, except for the chirping and clicking of insects and the dry sound of palm leaves brushing against each other. I stared straight ahead at the tall weeds. I guess I expected the swamp hermit to return, to burst back into view, to attack again. Two white moths fluttered together over the weeds. Nothing else moved. He was teasing us, he had said. That's all it was, just teasing. I swallowed hard, then I forced myself to breathe normally again. After a while, I lowered my gaze to Wolf. The dog was busily sniffing the ground where the hermit had stood. Wolf, why didn't you protect me? I scolded. Wolf's like, it's not my job. The dog glanced up, then returned to his sniffing. Hey, dog. He's also like, he didn't kill you, so you're good. But did you die? Wolf is like, but did you die? The dog glanced up, then returned to his sniffing. Hey, dog. Are you a big coward? I asked, brushing at the wet dirt on the knees of my jeans. Is that your problem? You sound real tough, but you're actually a big chicken? Wolf ignored me. I turned and headed home, thinking about the hermit's warning. As I made my way along the narrow path, I could hear Wolf running through the weeds and tall grass following close behind. Watch out for him, the hermit had said. Was he teasing about that too? Was he just trying to scare me? The strange man saw that Will, Cassie, and I were afraid of him, so he decided to have some fun with us. That's all it was, I decided. He heard Cassie call him a werewolf, so he decided to give us a real scare. As I walked along the marshy ground, under the shade of the tilted palm trees, my mind spun with thoughts about Cassie and Will and Wolf and werewolves. I didn't see the snake until I stepped on it. I hate snakes. I glanced down in time to see its bright green head shoot forward. I felt a sharp stab of pain as its fangs dug into my ankle. The pain jolted up my leg. I uttered a choked gasp before I crumpled to the ground. Yikes. And now look at that. The serendipity. We're on chapter 23 and we have 23 likes. Woo! I think it's so funny. He messes with them, but he also knows not to take the joke too far. Better than most people. Yeah. Poor Hermit. He's probably been through a lot. Well, if it's anything like the episode of the show, he was definitely going through a lot on the episode of the show. Although we are right at the end, so this is paced out slightly differently than the show. But I guess we'll have to just see how it goes. Ah, hell no, Snake. Welp, he's dead. It's a were-snake. Maybe Wolf is playing pretend. In being a snake? Is he a shapeshifter? It wouldn't be the weirdest thing that we saw in the Goosebumps series. Including the other two books that we've read from the side, well, not side series, but the more current series arcs. And then the fact that this is book 14. We've read like 16 Goosebumps books on stream. So we're getting familiarized with them, but you never know what it's going to throw at you. Shapeshifter like that cat witch. That's right, I almost forgot about the Monster Blood cat witch. What a terrible, terrible book. I don't like Monster Blood. They say that the first one is the only good one. I don't believe that that's true because I hated the first one, so I can't wait to see how colossally bad the sequels are. Yep. Next Goosebumps book we read will be You Can't Scare Me. That's book number 15 in the series. I haven't read that one ever either. Did they ever make an episode of that one? I don't really remember. It's all kind of a blur. At this point, the only ones, like, solidified in my mind are the ones that I've covered for the channel because I had to, like, cover them and then edit them and all that stuff. Yes, they did. Okay, cool. I need to to cover more Goosebumps. I'm hoping, let's just say that, I'm hoping to do more Goosebumps episodes soon. I'm genuinely not sure, because they're all good. Genuinely not sure which episode to cover next. Killer SUV. Alright, chapter 23. I hit the ground and curled into a tight ball as the pain throbbed through my body. Red dots formed in my eyes. The dots grew larger and larger until I saw only red. The colors shimmered in rhythm to the throbbing pain. Through the curtain of red, I saw the snake slither into the bush. I grabbed my ankle, trying to force the pain down. Slowly, the red faded, then vanished, leaving only the pain. My hand suddenly felt wet. Blood? I glanced down to see Wolf licking my hand, fierce licking, as if trying to cure me, trying to make everything okay again. Despite the pain, I laughed. It's okay, boy, I said. I'm okay. He kept, are you? I don't know that you are. I mean, I know it's just a green snake, so it's probably just a garden snake, but the spots are really concerning. Seeing spots after being bitten by something is probably bad. He kept licking my hand until I climbed to my feet. I felt a little dizzy. My legs were shaky. I tried putting weight on the foot that had been bitten. It felt a little better. I took a step, limping, then another. Let's go, Wolf said. He gazed up at me sympathetically. I knew I had to get home quickly. If the snake was poisonous, I was in big trouble. I had no way of knowing how much time I had before the venom would paralyze me completely. Or worse. Wolf stayed by my side as I limped over the soft ground toward home. I was gasping for breath. My chest felt tight. The ground swayed beneath me. Was it because of the snake venom? Or was it just because I was so frightened? Pain shot up my side with every step I took, but I kept pulling myself along, talking to Wolf, all the while ignoring the throbbing ache of my ankle. We're almost there, Wolf, I said, panting loudly. Almost there, boy. The dog sensed that something was seriously wrong. He stayed by my side instead of running at his usual zigzag patterns in front of me. Running his usual zigzag patterns in front of me and behind me. The end of the trees came into view. I could see bright sunlight just beyond the swamp. Hey, a voice called to me. I saw Will and Cassie waiting for me on the flat grass. They began running toward me. Are you okay? Cassie called. No, I got bit. I managed to choke out. Please, go get my dad. They both took off running at full speed to my house. I dropped down on the grass, spreading my legs straight out and waited. I tried to stay calm, but it was impossible. Was the snake poisonous? Was the venom heading straight for my heart? Was I about to die any second? I reached down with both hands and carefully pulled off my mud-covered sneaker. Then, moving it a tiny bit at a time, I lowered my white sock down over the ankle and off my foot. The ankle was a little swollen. The skin was red except for a white puckered spot around the bite. Inside that spot, I saw 2 small puncture marks. This is creeping me out so much. I hate snakes. Bright red droplets of blood oozing from each hole. When I raised my eyes from the wound, I saw my dad, dressed in brown shorts and a white t-shirt, hurrying along the flat grass toward me, followed closely by Will and Cassie. What happened? I heard my dad ask them. What happened to Grady? He was bitten by a werewolf, I heard Cassie reply. Cassie, not helping right now. I appreciate you, but not helping right now. I am also still very confused about Monster Blood's origin story. Keep the ice pack on it, Dad instructed. The swelling will go down. I groaned and held the ice pack against my ankle. Mom tisk-tisked from the kitchen table. She had a newspaper spread out in front of her. I couldn't tell if she was tisk-tisking over me or over the day's news. Outside the screen door, I could see Wolf on his side on the grass just past the back stoop, sound asleep. Emily was in the front room watching some soap on TV. Do we think it was As the World Turns? It was about 3 years before the sinkhole incident, but she still could have been watching As the World Turns. How does it feel? Mom asked. A lot better, I told her. I think I was mainly scared. Green snakes aren't poisonous, Dad reminded me for the 10th time. I didn't think so. I don't know a whole lot about snakes, but I did grow up in the South, so you do know a little bit. But still. But I took every precaution just in case. We'll wrap it up really good when you're through putting ice on it. What was all that talk about werewolves? Mom asked. Cassie has werewolves on the brain, I said. She thinks the swamp hermit is a werewolf. She seems like a sweet girl, Mom said quickly. I had a nice talk with her while your father was taking care of your bite. You're lucky, Grady, to find 2 kids your age out here on the edge of a swamp. Definitely As the World Turns. My mom was telling me a story when she lived with my grandfathers while she was in college. Apparently one of them was really into Young and the Restless, and apparently she accidentally messed up the VCR because he would record all the episodes to watch after he got home from work that day, and she somehow messed up the VCR, and he didn't get his episode that day, and I'm just like, no, he missed Young and the Restless. That sucks. Soul Juice Studios, for reference, we've been watching old episodes of As the World Turns. That's why As the World Turns is so funny to this community. Tend to announce themselves. Oh yeah, like rattler snakes. Hate those. Hate that. Yeah, I guess, I replied, shifting the ice pack on the ankle. But she was driving Will and me nuts with her werewolf talk. Dad was washing his hands in the kitchen sink. He dried them on a dish towel, then turned to me. That old swamp hermit is supposed to be harmless, he said. At least that's what everyone says. Well, he gave us a real scare, I told him. He chased us through the swamp, shouting, I'm the werewolf. Weird, Dad replied thoughtfully. He tossed the dish towel over onto the counter. You should stay away from him, Mom said, looking up from the newspaper. Do you believe in werewolves? I asked. Dad snickered. Your mom and I are scientists, Grady. We're not supposed to believe in supernatural things like werewolves. Your father is werewolf, Mom joked. I have to shave his back every morning so he'll look human. Huh. Ha ha, I said sarcastically. I'm serious. I mean, haven't you heard the weird howls at night? Lots of creatures howl, Mom replied. I'll bet you howled when that snake bit your ankle. Can't you be serious? I cried shrilly. You know, the howls didn't start until it was a full moon. I remember the howls didn't start until that dog showed up, Emily called from the front room. Emily give me a break, I shouted. Your dog is a werewolf, Emily called. Enough werewolf talk, Mom muttered. Look, I've got hair growing on my palms. She held up her hands. That's just ink off the newspaper, Dad said. He turned to me. See, there's a scientific explanation for everything. I really would like to be taken seriously, I said through clenched teeth. Well, Dad glanced outside. Wolf had rolled onto his back and was sleeping with all 4 legs up in the air. My dog does that too. The moon will look full for only 2 more nights, Dad told me. Tonight and tomorrow night. If the howl stops after tonight. After tomorrow night. Okay, so to answer our question, this looks like it was taking place over the course of like a week, and when they started, the moon wasn't full, but a few days into them being there, the moon was full, and so they heard the howling. If the howl stops after tomorrow night, we'll know it was a werewolf howling at the full moon. Dad chuckled. He thought it was all a big joke. We had no idea that something was about to happen that night that might change his opinion about werewolves forever. Ooh, getting down to the last 20 pages. That's how you know it's gonna get good. That's how Goosebumps books pacing goes. No. It's only been a full moon for just the one day, I think. They've been there for a week. Story started about a week ago, but I don't think it's been a full moon all week. A man chased my son? Huh, weird. I know 90s parents were wild. Wait. Do you believe in werewolves? Sounds like something. Yeah, Jonathan Frakes comes up onto this desk and he just, like, puts a boot up here and he goes, "Do you believe in werewolves?" Wait, accidentally messed it up. Wait, what pizza? What messed up? Who messed up what? Did I mess up something? They have nothing on 80s parents. Oh, I can only imagine. Chapter 24. Will and Cassie came over after dinner. Mom and Dad were still loading dishes into the dishwasher and cleaning up. Emily had hurried into town to get the only movie playing. To go to the only movie playing. Was it a werewolf movie, though? Who cares? Oh, gosh. I'm going to lean back. I'm going to go full screen and lean back. My back is very, very hurt. Much pain. Hope that's all right with you guys. There's no illustrations, so... Oh, we can never read the back of the book. What big teeth you have, it says on the back of the book. There is something weird happening in Fever Swamp. It started with the strange howling at night. I just lost my place in the book, goddammit. Then there was the rabbit, torn to shreds. Everyone thinks Grady's new dog is responsible. After all, he looks just like a wolf, and he seems a little on the wild side, but Grady knows his dog is just a regular old dog, and most dogs don't howl at the moon or disappear at midnight. Or do they? Alright. I was walking around pretty well. The ankle barely hurt at all. Dad's a pretty good doctor, I guess. Can you guys still hear me? Okay, good. I want to hug a werewolf. Okay. The three of us got settled in the front room and we instantly got into an argument about werewolves. Cassie insisted that the swamp hermit wasn't kidding, that he really was a werewolf. Will told her that she was a complete jerk. He only chased us because he heard you call him a werewolf, he told Cassie angrily. Why do you think he lives by himself, deep in the swamp? Cassie demanded of Will. Because he knows what happened to him when the moon is full and he doesn't want anyone else to know it. Then why did he scream at us like that? Then why did he scream to us that he was a werewolf this afternoon? Will asked impatiently. Because he was just joking, that's why. Come on, guys, let's change the subject, I said. My parents are both scientists, and they say there's no proof that werewolves exist. That's what scientists always say, Cassie insisted. They're right, Will said. There are no werewolves except in movies. You're a real jerk, Cassie. You're a jerk, Cassie shouted back. I could see they'd had fights like this before. Let's play a game or something, I suggested. What? Want to play some Nintendo? It's in my room. Ooh, he's got a Nintendo in his room, bougie kid. Those darn scientists. Mr. Warner still hasn't shown up, Cassie told Will, ignoring me. She tugged at her red ponytail, then tossed it behind her head. You know why? Because he was murdered by the werewolf. Don't be stupid, Will said. How do you know? Maybe you're the werewolf, I told Cassie. Will laughed. Yeah, that's why you're such an expert, Cassie. Oh, shut up, Cassie grumbled. You look more like a werewolf than me, Will. You look like a vampire, he told her. Well, you look like King Kong, she cried. Calm down, guys. What about you kids? What are you kids talking about? Mom interrupted, poking her head in the room. GameCube, oh my god. Oh, pretty much almost all the parents in this series, with the possible exception of the uncle from Curse of the Mummy's Tomb, and the definite exception of Carly Beth's mother from Haunted Mask. Everybody else is a bad parent. Just everybody. Talking about movies and things, I replied quickly. I couldn't get to sleep that night. I kept rolling on to one side, then the other. I couldn't get comfortable. I kept listening. I kept listening for the howls. A strong wind had come up from the Gulf. I could hear it rushing past our small house. It rattled the wire mesh of the deer pen out back. It made a constant sound, and I strained to hear the familiar howls. I had just about drifted off to sleep when the howls began. Instantly alert, I jumped to my feet. My left ankle ached as I stepped down on it. Another howl, far off, barely carrying over the steady rush of the wind. Limped to my bedroom window. The ankle had stiffened up a bit while I was lying in bed. Ugh, makes my bad joints hurt. I pressed my face against the glass and peered out. The full moon, gray as a skull, hovered low in... What a weird way to say that. Hovered low in the charcoal sky. The dewy grass gleamed under its blanket of pale light. A burst of wind rattled my window. Startled, I pulled back and listened. Another howl. Closer. This one sent a cold shudder down my back. It sounded really close, or was the wind carrying it from the swamp? I squinted out the window. Swirls of wind made the grass sway from side to side. The ground appeared to be spinning, glowing in the pale moonlight as it twirled. Another howl, even closer. I couldn't see anything. I had to know who or what was making that terrifying sound. Them confounded scientists with their deer and Nintendo and flying machines. Next, they're gonna tell us to get vaccines. Crazy. I hate people. I don't hate people. There's just certain people that stress me out. Moving on. Another howl, even closer. I couldn't see anything. I had to know who or what was making that terrifying sound. I pulled my jeans on over my pajama bottom. Struggling in the dark, I managed to slide my feet into a pair of flip-flops. I stared out of my room, but stopped short when I heard banging, then a loud crash and a harsh thud right outside my house. My heart pounded. I ran through the dark hallway. My ankle ached, but I ignored it. I hurried through the kitchen, unlocked the back door, and pulled it open. A strong gust of wind pushed me back as I opened the screen door. The wind was hot and wet. Another strong gust pushed me back. The wind is trying to keep me inside, I thought, trying to keep me from solving the mystery of the terrifying howls. I lowered my head against the driving gusts and leaped down off the stoop. Ow! I cried out as pain shot up my leg. Waiting for my eyes to adjust to the dim light, I listened hard. No howls now, just the shrill, steady rush of wind pushing me back against the house. The backyard glowed in the moonlight. Everything was silver and gray and silent. I searched the backyard, my eyes sweeping slowly across the shifting grass, empty. But what had caused all the commotion I'd heard in my room, the banging, the loud thuds, the rattling sounds? Why had the howls stopped when I came outside? What a mystery, I thought. What a strange mystery. The wind swirled around me. My face was dripping wet from heavy dampness of the air. Feeling defeated, I turned back towards the house and uttered a shocked cry when I saw the werewolf had murdered again. Ooh, end of chapter. If that was the end of the book, wouldn't you be mad? The venom is getting to Grady's head. The werewolf is inside the house. The calls are coming from inside the werewolf house. No, I like people, but I was just reminding myself of all the people who are like, the vaccines will make you magnetic. And now just because I said that, YouTube's gonna block this stream. Anyway. Almost done with the book. Almost done. When I say almost done, we've got this much book left. This is it. Whoop, let me turn it so you can see. Can you guys see that? This is how much book is left. Not very much. Just this. Just a couple more chapters. Like 3 more, I think. There's some wolves in this house. There's some wolves in this house. That's funny. Now that song is in my head. And now I'm stuck thinking of Ben Shapiro. Damn it. God, my bangs are too long. They need to be trimmed. They're in my eyes. Let's solve the great werewolf mystery. Ooh, the great caper. I'm sure it's gonna end super wholesome, just like all those other kid mystery books. I took a step through the swirling wind toward the deer pen. Dad, I called, but my voice came out in a hushed whisper. Dad, I tried to shout, but my throat was too dry and choked with fear. Staring straight ahead, I took another step. I could see it all clearly now, a scene of death, pale light and shadows. The only sound was the pounding of my heart, the swell of the wind, and the rattling of the wire mesh of the pen. I took another step closer. Dad, Dad, I cried out without thinking, without hearing myself, knowing he couldn't hear. But I wanted him to be there. I wanted someone to be there with me. I didn't want to be all alone out there in the backyard. I didn't want to be staring at the hole that had been ripped from the side of the pen. Oh, I forgot that they actually did kill one of the deer. I totally forgot about this. I didn't want to see the murdered deer lying so pitifully on its side. Jesus Christ. The 5 remaining deer huddled together at the other end of the pen. Their eyes were on me, frightened eyes. Oh, poor babies. The wind swept around me, hot and wet, but I felt cold all over. A cold shudder of terror ran down my body. I swallowed hard, once, twice, trying to choke down the heavy lump in my throat. Then, before I even realized what I was doing, I began running to the house, screaming, Dad! Mom! Dad! Mom! At the top of my lungs. My cries rose on the gusting wind like the terrifying howls I'd heard just a few moments before. His pajama shirt flapped over the jeans he had pulled on. Dad dragged the dead deer to the back of the yard. Then, as I watched from the kitchen window, he patched the deer pen with a large sheet of box cardboard. As he tried to return to the house, the strong winds nearly blew the screen door off its hinges. Dad jerked the door shut, then locked it. His face was dripping with perspiration. He had mud down the side of one pajama sleeve. Mom poured him a glass of water from the sink, and he drank it down without taking a breath. Then he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a dish towel. I think he might need something stronger than water, but, good for him for not answering his problems with alcohol. I'm afraid your dog is a killer, he said softly. Again, no proof that it's the dog. Damn it. Edward Cullen, quit taking the deer's blood. Jesus Christ. he said softly to me. He tossed the towel back onto the counter. It wasn't Wolf, I cried. It wasn't. Dad didn't reply. He took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. Mom and Emily watched silently from in front of the sink. What makes you think it was Wolf? I demanded. I saw the prints on the ground, he replied, frowning. Paw prints. It wasn't Wolf, I insisted. I'm going to have to take him to the pound in the morning, Dad said. The one over in the next county. But they'll kill him. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. I cried. The dog is a killer, Dad insisted softly. I know how you feel, Grady. I know, but the dog is a killer. It wasn't Wolf, I cried. Dad, I know it wasn't Wolf. I heard the howls, Dad. It wasn't a wolf. Grady, please, he started wearily. Then the words just burst out of me. I lost all control of them. They just poured out in a flood. It was a werewolf, Dad. There's a werewolf in the swamp. Cassie's right. It wasn't a dog and it wasn't a wolf. It's a werewolf who's been killing animals, who killed your deer. Grady, stop, Dad pleaded impatiently. But I couldn't stop. I know I'm right, Dad. I cried in a shrill voice that didn't sound like me. I'm supposed to be me, but I'm not. Sorry, one of my favorite quotes from all of Goosebumps. Oh god, no. Yeah, did they check the size of the prints? Because I think the dad's a very bad scientist, because I don't want to give any spoilers, but I think we all know it's not Wolf. It's not the dog. It's been a full moon this week, right? And that's when the howls began. It's a werewolf, Dad, the swamp hermit. That's crazy guy who lives in the shack in the swamp. He's a werewolf. He told us he is. He chased us and he told us he's a werewolf. He did it, Dad, not Wolf. He killed the deer tonight. I hear him howling outside, and then my voice caught in my throat. I started to choke. Dad filled the glass with water and handed it to me. I gulped it down thirstily. He put a hand on my shoulder. Grady, let's talk about this in the morning, okay? We're both too tired to think straight right now. What do you say? It wasn't Wolf, I cried stubbornly. I know it wasn't. In the morning, Dad repeated, his hand still on my shoulder. He held it there to comfort me, to steady me. I felt shaky. I was panting. My heart pounded. Yeah, okay, I agreed finally. In the morning. I made my way slowly to my room, but I knew I wouldn't sleep. The next morning, Dad was gone. When I got up, he went to the lumberyard. Mom told me to get wire mesh to repair the pen. The dad is like, suddenly, this affects me. Now it's my problem, right? All will be revealed very soon. Yep. Someone call Nancy Drew for this case. I don't want the dog being taken. I don't want to give you any spoilers, but it's okay. You're gonna be okay. It's okay. It's okay, Hannah. When I covered the episode, because I had forgotten that part, I had the same thought. I yawned and stretched. I had fallen into a restless sleep at about 2:30. I know that feeling. But I still felt tired and nervous. Is Wolf out there? I asked anxiously. I ran to the kitchen window. Before she could reply, I could see Wolf at the head of the driveway. He had a blue rubber ball between his front paws, and he was chewing at it furiously. But he's fist, I muttered. I heard the crunch of the gravel, and Dad's car pulled up the drive. The truck was open partway, rolled down wire mesh, bulging inside. Morning, Dad said as he came into the kitchen. His expression was grim. Are you going to take Wolf? I demanded immediately. My eyes were on the dog, chewing on the rubber ball outside. He looked so cute. People in town are upset, Dad replied, pouring himself a cup of coffee from the coffee maker. A lot of animals have been killed this week, and a guy who lives down the way, Ed Warner, has disappeared in the swamp. People are very worried. They've heard the howls, too. Are you taking Wolf away? I repeated shrilly, my voice trembling. Dad nodded. His expression remained grim. He took a long sip of coffee. Go look at the paw prints outside the pen, Grady, he said, locking eyes on mine. Go ahead, take a look. I don't care about prints, I moaned. I just know I can't take any more chances, Dad said. I don't care, he's my dog, I screamed. Grady. Dad set down the cup and started toward me. But I burst past him and ran into the door. Pushing open the screen door, I leapt off the back stoop. Wolf stood up as soon as he saw me. His tail started to wag. Leaving the blue rubber ball behind, he began loping toward me eagerly. Dad was right behind me. I'm going to take the dog away now, Grady, he said. Do you want to come along? No, I cried. I have no choice, Dad said, his voice just above a whisper. Oh. He stepped forward and reached for Wolf. No, I shouted. No, run, Wolf, run! I gave the dog a shove. The wolf turned to me uncertainly. Run, I screamed. Run, run! The dog didn't get convicted. The dog was, well, spoiler alert for an old episode of Murder, She Wrote. It was literally the 5th episode they made. 4th or 5th. One of those two. Which is really funny because of how bizarre it was, because just a small handful of episodes in, they were like, fuck, what if the dog did it? But, spoiler alert. What happened was, someone trained the dog to help them, and then the person that trained the dog got convicted, and the dog went on to live a very happy life. Don't let him take the dog. Dog dies. No, the dog doesn't die. Go with you to get rid of his dog, right? Run for your life, Wolf. Oh my god. Chat. Alright, we are almost... When I say we're almost done, we literally are almost... We are almost done. We've got less than 15 pages left, guys. We're right there at the end. And then we can all go to bed. I gave Wolf... Chapter 26. I gave Wolf another hard shove. Run! Run, boy, run! Go! Dad... run, boy, go. Sorry, I lost my place. Dad had his hands... How did I lose my place that early on the page? Dad had his hands around Wolf's shoulders, but he didn't have a good grip. Wolf broke free and started to run toward the swamp. Hey! Dad called angrily. He chased Wolf to the end of the backyard, but the big dog was too fast for him. I stood behind the house, breathing hard, and watched Wolf until he disappeared into the low trees at the edge of the swamp. Dad turned back toward me, an angry expression on his face. That was dumb, Grady, he muttered. I didn't say anything. Wolf will come back later, Dad said. When he does, I'll have to take him away. But Dad, I started... No more discussion, he said sternly. As soon as the dog returns, I'm taking him to the pound. You can't, I screamed. The dog is a killer, Grady. I have no choice. The dog's being framed, sir. Dad, the dog's being framed. Dad headed toward the car. Come help me unload this wire mesh. I'll need your help getting the pen patched up. I gazed toward the swamp as I followed Dad to the car. Don't come back, Wolf, I pleaded silently. Please don't come back. All day long I watched the swamp. I felt nervous and shaky. I had no appetite at all. After I helped Dad repair the deer pen, I stayed in my room, tried to read a book, but the words were just a blur. By evening, Wolf hadn't returned. You're safe, Wolf, I thought, at least for today. My whole family was tense. At dinner, we hardly spoke. Emily talked about the movie she had seen the night before, but no one joined in with any comments. I went to bed early. I was really tired from tension, I guess, and from being up most of the night before. My room was darker than usual. It was the last night of the full moon, but heavy blankets of clouds covered the moonlight. She watched Howling 7. I settled my head onto the pillow and tried to get to sleep, but I kept thinking about Wolf. The howls started a short while later. I crept out of bed and hurried to the window. I squinted out into the darkness. Heavy black clouds still covered the moon. The air was still. Nothing moved. I heard a low growl, and Wolf came into focus. He was standing stiffly in the middle of the backyard, his head tilted up to the sky, uttering low growls. As I stared out the window at him, the big dog began to pace back and forth from one side of the yard to the other. He's pacing like a caged animal, I thought, pacing and growling as if something is really troubling him or scaring him. As he paced, he kept raising his head towards the full moon behind the clouds and growling. What is going on? I wondered. I had to find out. I got dressed quickly in the darkness, pulling on the jeans and t-shirt I had worn all day. I fumbled into my sneakers. At first, I had the left one on my right foot. It was so dark in my room without the moonlight pouring in. As soon as my sneakers were tied, I'm hearing shenanigans. I'm hearing cat shenanigans, but we're just gonna let it go. None of my cats are probably werecats to my knowledge, so it's probably fine. As soon as my sneakers were tied, I hurried back to the window. Wolf was leaving the backyard. I saw he was lumbering slowly in the direction of the swamp. I'm going to follow Wolf, I decided. I'm going to prove once and for all that he isn't a killer or a werewolf. I was afraid my parents might hear me if I went to the kitchen door, so I crawled out my window. Guess the grass was wet from a heavy dew. The air was wet too, and nearly as hot during the day. My sneakers squeaked and slid on the damp grass as I hurried to follow Wolf. I stopped at the end of the backyard. I'd lost him. I could still hear him somewhere up ahead. I could hear the soft thud of his paws on the marshy ground. But it was too dark to see him. I followed the sound of his footsteps, gazing up at the shifting shadowy clouds. I was nearly to the swamp when I heard footsteps behind me. With a gasp of fright, I stopped and listened hard. Yes, footsteps, moving rapidly toward me. Did the parents try any alternatives? Like, I don't know, keeping the dog inside? Yeah, he tried to break out one night, so they said, oh, there's definitely no way we can train this dog. He has to stay outside. And then animals were dead, and so they were like, it's definitely this one random dog. Yes, follow the dog. You'll never come back alive. Grady versus a supposed werewolf. Who's gonna win? I bet the werewolf. Should be on a t-shirt. I'm hearing cat shenanigans. Cat shenanigans. Oh my. Not a bad band name. I can see the little cute animated cat mascot in my mind's eye. All right, almost there, guys. A lot of this stuff in the back is just like bonus material in the back. Like all this. We've only got like 10 pages left. Hey! I let out a choked cry and spun around. At first, all I could see was blackness. Hey, who's there? My voice came out in a hushed whisper. Will stepped out from the darkness. Grady, it's you! He cried. He came closer. He was wearing a dark sweatshirt over black jeans. Will, what are you doing out here? I asked breathlessly. I heard the howls, he replied. I decided to investigate. Me too. I'm so glad to see you, I exclaimed. We can explore together. I'm glad to see you too, he said. It was so dark. I didn't know it was you. I thought, I'm following Wolf, I told him. I led the way into the swamp. It grew even darker as we made our way under the low trees. As we walked, I told Will about the night before, about the murdered deer, the paw prints around the deer pen. I told him about how people in town were talking, and about how my dad planned to take Wolf away to the pound. I know Wolf isn't the killer, I told him. I just know it. But Cassie got me scared with all her werewolf stories, and Cassie is a jerk, Will muttered. He pointed into the weeds. Look, there's Wolf. I could see his black outline moving steadily through the heavy darkness. I was so stupid. I should have brought a flashlight, I murmured. Wolf disappeared behind the weeds. Will and I followed the sound of his footsteps. We walked for several minutes. Suddenly I realized I could no longer hear the dog. Where's Wolf? I whispered, my eyes searching in the dark bushes and the low trees. I don't want to lose him. He went that way, Will called back to me. Follow me. Our sneakers slid over the damp, marshy ground. I slapped at a mosquito on the back of my neck. Too late, I could feel warm blood. Deep swamp past the bog, eerily silent now. Hey, Will? I stopped and searched. Oh, a soft cry escaped my lips as I realized I had lost him. Now, we had gotten separated. I heard rustling up ahead, and then the crack of twigs, the whispering brush of weeds beginning to step and push, being stepped on and pushed out of the way. Will, is that you? Or was it Wolf? Will, where are you? Pale light suddenly washed over me, washed slowly over the ground. Glancing up, I saw the heavy clouds pull away. The yellow full moon. Uh, the yellow full moon hovering high in the sky. As the light slowly swept over the swamp, a low structure came into view straight ahead of me. At first, I couldn't figure out what it was, some kind of gigantic plant. No, as the moonlight shone down, I realized I was staring at the swamp hermit shack. I stopped, frozen in sudden fear, and then the howls began. The frightening sound tore through the heavy silence, a horrifying wail so loud that nobody rose on the still air. Wait, that nearby, so loud, so nearby, rose silence. Oh, wait. Let me try that for a third time. The frightening sound tore through the heavy silence. A horrifying wail so loud, so nearby, rose on the still air, rose and then fell. There we go, that's the actual sentence. The sound was so terrifying I raised my hands to cover my ears. The swamp hermit, I thought, he is a werewolf. I knew he was the werewolf. I've got to get away from here. I realized I've got to get home. I turned away from the small shack. My legs were trembling so hard I didn't know if I could walk. Got to go, got to go, got to go, the words repeated in my mind, but before I could move, the werewolf burst out from behind a tree and, howling its hideous howl, leapt onto my shoulders and shoved me to the ground. Almost there. I swear we're almost there. This is genuinely getting creepy, right? Grady dead. Grady, shut up. There's a killer outside. I know. At least Grady's not like a super annoying protagonist like some of these books. Who is the werewolf? Well, you're about to find out, so anybody who wants a second to guess can pause the stream or click off the stream. Hey guys, joining the stream. We're finishing up our read of the Werewolf of Fever Swamp, which is a book 14 in the original Goosebumps run. I have a video on my channel about the 2-part episode special in this TV show Goosebumps. But I've never read the book, I don't think, so this is the next one we had in our reading through Goosebumps thing that we've had going on for quite some time, so here we are. The VOD will be available. Shout out to the mods, by the way. I don't know if we have any mods right now in chat, but shout out to every mod ever on this channel. We appreciate them. If you don't know, all my VODs always stay up on my channel. There's a playlist of them pinned, of all of them, every single one of them pinned on a playlist on the homepage. And then there's also, you can obviously nowadays go to the live tab, and they all have their own tab over there. Although some of them might still be unlisted because I used to have to unlist them so they didn't end up in the main feed back before they had their own space to go on the channel. So, if you can't find any on the, like, doing a search or being on the live tab, just go on the channel homepage and click on the pinned playlist. They're all there. Anyway, chapter 28. As the yellow light of the full moon shone down, I gazed into the face of the werewolf as it pinned me to the ground. Its dark eyes glared out at me from almost human face covered in wolf fur. It howled its rage. Its animal snout opening wide to reveal 2 gleaming rows of wolf fangs. It's a human wolf, I realized my terror. A werewolf! Get off! I shrieked. Will, get off of me! It was Will. The werewolf was Will. Even through the thick, matted wolf fur. I could recognize his dark features, his small black eyes, his thick, stubby neck. Will! I screamed. I struggled to push him away, to squirm out from under, but he was too powerful. I couldn't move. Will, get off! He raised his fur-covered face to the moon and uttered an animal howl. Then, snarling out his rage, he lowered his beastly head and dug his fangs into my shoulder. I let out a shriek of pain. Blinding flashes of red filled my eyes. I thrust out my hands, kicked my legs, struggled blindly to free myself, but he had animal strength. He was much too strong for me. Too strong. The flashing red faded, turned to black. Everything was fading to black. I could feel myself sinking down a black tunnel, sinking forever into endlessly deep darkness. A loud growl brought me back. Bewildered, I gazed up to see Wolf leap onto Will. Yay, Wolf! What a good boy! The bestest boy. Will uttered a shrill howl of anger and turned to wrestle with the snarling dog. I watched in stunned disbelief as they scrabbled over the ground, biting and clawing, raging at each other, growling and grunting. Will, it was you! It was you all along, I murmured. Struggling to my feet, I gripped a tree trunk. The ground appeared to be sliding beneath me. The two creatures continued to battle, grunting and growling as they clawed at each other, wrestling over the wet ground. I knew it wasn't Wolf, I muttered aloud. I knew, and then the deafening high-pitched shriek startled me. I tumbled to my knees. I looked up in time to see Will running away on all fours through the tall weeds, fleeing on all fours through the tall weeds. Wolf followed close behind, snapping at Will's ankles, jumping on him, biting and clawing him as they ran. Then I heard Will utter another cry of pain and a wail of defeat. As the anguish sound faded, I sank down into the blue-black darkness. One more chapter, guys. Good night. So in the show, I actually like the show version more than the book. I think they pace it out a little bit better, and I think that they give some better explanations. Or go out of their way just to explain some things. We've got one more chapter. Dog is better than Will. There's that too. Dog is the goodest boy. Obviously that's the answer. Also, we had more of a backstory on the hermit. I mean, I know we have one more chapter, but the hermit has a real tragic backstory. Hi, 17 people in chat. Hello. Oh, Perry's back. Hi, Perry. Chapter 29. You have a slight fever, Mom said, but you'll be okay. Swamp fever, I murmured weakly. I gazed up at her, trying to focus. Her face was blurred, hovering over me in the soft light. It took me a long while to realize I was in my own bedroom. How did I get here? I stammered. The swamp hermit. He found you in the swamp and carried you home, Mom said. He did? I tried to sit up, but my shoulder ached. To my surprise, it was tightly bandaged. The werewolf, Will, he bit me, I said, swallowing hard. Dad's face hovered beside Mom's. What are you saying, Grady? Why do you keep muttering about a werewolf? I pulled myself up a little and told them the whole story. They listened in silence, glancing at each other from time to time as I talked. Will is a werewolf, I concluded. He changed under the full moon. He changed into a wolf, and I'm going to check this out right now, Dad said, staring intently at me. Your story is crazy, Grady, just crazy. Maybe this is a fever, I don't know, but I'm going right over to your friend's house to see what's what. Dad, be careful, I called after him. Be careful. Dad returned a short while later, bewildered look on his face. I was sitting in the living room, feeling a lot better, a big bowl of popcorn in my lap. There's no one there. My voice cracked. Sorry about that. Agent P. Perry the Catapus. There's no one there, Dad said, scratching his head. Huh? What do you mean? Mom asked. The house is empty, Dad told me. Deserted. It doesn't look like anyone has lived there in months. Wow, Grady, you certainly have strange friends, Emily exclaimed, rolling her eyes. I don't get it, Dad said, shaking her head. I didn't either, but I didn't care. Will was gone, the werewolf was gone for good. So, can I keep Wolf? I asked Dad, climbing up from the chair and crossing the room to him. Wolf saved my life. Can I keep him? Dad stared back at me thoughtfully, but didn't reply. The swamp hermit told us he saw the dog chase some kind of animal away from Grady, Mom said. Probably a squirrel, Emily joked. Emily give me a break, I groaned. Wolf really saved my life, I told them. I guess you can keep him, Dad said reluctantly. Yay! I thanked him and eagerly made my way back to the backyard to give Wolf a happy hug. That all happened nearly a month ago. Since then, Wolf and I have had a wonderful time exploring the swamp. I've gotten to know just about every inch of Fever Swamp. It's like my second home. Sometimes Wolf and I let Cassie come along exploring with us. She's kind of fun, even though she's always on the lookout for werewolves. I really wish she'd just drop the subject. I'm standing in my bedroom window now, watching the full moon rising over the distant trees. The first full moon in a month makes me think of Will. Will may be gone, but he changed my life. I know I'll never forget him. I can feel the fur sprouting on my face. My snout is expanding, and my fangs are sliding out between my dark lips. Yes, where he bit me. Will passed the curse. Yes, when he bit me, Will passed the curse on to me. But I don't mind. I'm not upset. I mean, with Will out of the way, the swamp is now mine. All mine. I'm climbing out of my window now. There's Wolf waiting for me, eager to do some night exploring. I drop easily to the ground on all fours. I raise my fur-covered face to the moon and utter a long, joyful howl. Let's go, Wolf. Let's hurry to Fever Swamp. I'm ready to hunt. The end. I always did like that ending. There's a new wolf in Fever Swamp. The full moon... I don't think the full moon actually lasted for a week. GG. So Will ran away, and Grady is the new werewolf of Fever Swamp. How has Grady not turned the rest of his family? I don't know. He hasn't bitten them. The swamp's not... Oh... The swamp's not big enough for the two of us. Eats dog. No. The dog is his friend. Dun, dun, dun. Or did he eat his family? I don't know. I have no idea. They don't say. I guess we'll leave it up to you. His parents suck. I wouldn't be particularly sad. I mean, I'd kind of be sad for Emily. At least this version of Emily. She's worse in the show. The show implies that he didn't eat his family, at least at this point in time. A sentence that's very strange to say. Oh my god, we've done this. I'm looking at the analytics for this stream, and we've done incredibly well. Thank you guys so much for supporting this stream and this channel in general. And there's a new werewolf 777 sheriff in town, and thank you for supporting this channel. Me as a creator and the content that I create here. Like I said, this VOD, like all of the VODs of every live stream I've ever done, will live forever on this channel as a piece of content that you can consume at any given time. So share it with somebody that you think might like Goosebumps, or this community, or both. Sassy goblin dog stories. Thank you. Genuinely scary book. I love this stream. I love this book. I love this stream too. It does get... I'm telling you, we've all been sleeping for decades on R.L. Stine because he really does know how to write a real creepy book without getting overly, without having to overly rely on gore. And in a way, I think that makes his books and kids' horror in general scarier than regular horror sometimes for me. First stream, but I will be back. Thank you, Soul Juice Studios. Welcome to the stream community. I don't know if this is your first time at the channel, but if it is, welcome to the channel. And we are looking forward to seeing you. It's a happy-ish question mark ending. Yeah. Own turn. So the night refused to end. That's funny. It is not. Well, thank you for being here. We appreciate you. I appreciate all of you supporting the channel. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to the Super Chat fam. These Avery live streams are always a blast. One night she spent like 2 hours trying to fill up this water puzzle thingy, and someone suggested she fill it with her tears. I remember that. That was the, oh my god, I think that was the Nancy Drew Fan of Venice. By the way, I've decided to make playing through the Nancy Drew games an annual thing, and I'm very excited. It's going to be a very fun month or two on this channel as we revisit them all. We'll obviously have other streams in between those for the other friends, but I'm really excited. So, we'll get to do the terrible water puzzle again. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I will see you tomorrow. Yes, I will see you tomorrow. We have Animorphs live stream tomorrow night. We're on book, what, 12? I forget what book we're on. But it's an Animorphs stream. So, you know, if you're a couple VODs behind, now's your warning to watch them and get caught up. Weregoat! Annual water puzzles for the win! Good night. Good night, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Stay safe. Have a good night or day, depending on, or unit of time, whenever you are, wherever you are. And I will see you next time. Bye, guys!